And let's start with the roll call.
Mrs. Helen Strader,
Present.
Almer Martinez, Matt Martinez, Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel,
Present.
Mr. Krutek Bakta.
Present.
Thank you, sir. We have a quorum.
All right, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so before we get to the approval agenda, Lucas, you had some recommendations as far as the order, the new business?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I'd like to see if we can move all the public applications forward above the City of Las Vegas application so that we could go ahead and get them along with their day. So I was hoping we could leave Dia de los Muertos where it's at Section A.
Okay.
I'd like to move up Eddie B Promotions and Events to letter B. I'd like to move Holiday Home Tour to letter C. Meadow City Motor Show and Film Expo to letter D. Main Street Furniture to letter E. And Tarajma World Dance Music Festival to letter F, sir.
Okay.
All else would fall in place underneath that.
All right, so I'll let you direct the order from here on out, just to keep track, but I'll entertain a motion to amend the agenda with those recommendations.
So moved. I'll second that motion.
All right, everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any other questions on any other adjustments we need to make to the agenda?
No, sir.
I'll move to approve the agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
We did that already, didn't we?
I started with amending and then approval, but if we're taking the approval,
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
all right, have a second.
I'll second. You got me there.
All right, everybody in approval say aye.
Aye.
All right, any questions on approval of minutes? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes.
I'll second the motion.
Everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. So moving on to new business. And we've got discussion and recommendation regarding Sunny 505 contract.
Mr. Chairman, we have a representative from Sunny 505 on Google Meets on the laptop.
Okay,
This is Data Austin.
Awesome. All right.
Hi, how are you? I think this is our first meeting. I hope to be in person for the next meeting. I think you've met our CEO and President Desiree Garcia.
Okay. All right, let me start with the oath. Do you solemnly swear that all the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in the hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Welcome, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I could, just to give a little bit of history on the whole issue here. So we do have a professional contract service agreement with Sunny 505. They were coming up to their year, year deadline in May of 22nd of 2024. We were getting ready to take it to council in June. However, we did have the floods that came in and kind of put a hamper on all that stuff. So we're a little bit behind on this whole situation. So what we thought was the correct thing to do is, of course, bring them to where they need to start at, which is lodger's tax. And we want to see if we could get a recommendation and discussion on how we can move forward. They do have a scope of work that's attached to your item that you were given in your packet. Did they get? They didn't get one.
No.
No. hold on, let me see if we can get a copy real quick for you.
We received, for what I saw, we received the agenda and all the event packets, but as far as the scope of work, no.
Okay. So no scope of work was attached. Well, let me just go ahead and let you guys know that there is a citywide rebranding, including a new logo and new tagline, new color palette that would be integrated throughout the city of Las Vegas. That costs $15,000. A design of a new visitor's guide would be $17,000. Public relations, media relations would be $18,000. Website and redesign would be $30,000. They were to develop and send out quarterly seasonal electronic newsletters, which would come up to $6,000. Video/photo shoot to create new tourism assets, including still photos. Those are about images of 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and 60-second commercials. That would be $30,000. Social media management of the tourism social media accounts, $18,000. Television advertising throughout New Mexico, $30,000. Advertising in the Santa Fe and Albuquerque Visitors Guide, $10,000. New Mexico True account management would be $15,000, and it would total $189,000 plus NMGRT.
And this is for the,
This would be that's their contract, that'd be their whole scope of work for them, $189,000.
Mr. Chairman, I may have a little bit of an unfair advantage over y'all, because I'd asked Scott, and if you recall, I'd asked to look at this contract, and I did get a copy of the contract. And I did get to go over it and look at it. Yeah, this is it, speak from that part. So apparently, the city entered into contract, it was a 1-year contract with a term up to 4 years renewable. And that contract expired or was to be renewed in May, correct? And that's Mr.
Yes, sir, Mr. Martinez.
So that's where we're at right now. Is it was renewed? You went in for 1 year and it was renewed. So there were. I guess the question that I would have is, were any of these in the last year? Were any of
that's what I'm
these?
saying, yeah, which portion,
Were any of these different things on the menu, different items that we contracted for, were they implemented?
Thank you.
For example, the rebranding included a new logo, new et cetera, et cetera. I mean, are we looking at doing that again for another 15,000, or do you have a logo and has a rebranding already occurred? So from my perspective, we could almost renegotiate all of this and come up with some new needs that we have as a city that maybe didn't have a year ago. For example, one of the things that I'm seeing is we're gonna have a lot of events in this community, and how are we gonna market those events? What priority are we gonna give those events? How are they gonna market? Because I'm seeing some of the members in the community here, and I know they don't have the wherewithal, the whatwithal, and some of the experience. They may have the experience, but they don't have the whatwithal to market their events. This would be a good mechanism to help them market. So, those are some of the priorities I would see. And the question, once again, I go back to that first thing about rebranding and like that. I think I have an advantage here again. In my term at the city, I think I saw the city go through 2 or 3 branding processes. So, we're going through branding again. Ya estamos como la vaca del rancho que le echaron cuánto fierro.
I mean, let's go through the scope of services. So this was signed last year, right? 2023. I wish everyone had it so I can read it before we got to the meeting, but, so this was last year, signed last year, 2023, so it was up for renewal this year. Is that correct?
Yeah,
So-
we do have we couldn't get 4 addendums to add it to this contract, so we got 4 more years that we can add to it, year by year.
Okay, so starting last year, 2023, the scope of work, first one is branding. City seeks to update its image to the public, not only to increase tourism, promote Las Vegas and a great place to visit, but also a place to open a new business or relocate an existing business, become a permanent resident as part of the community. The city brand and message must reflect that desire. The scope is to include a new slogan and a new logo for the city. So that's number 1 deliverable. Number 2, visitor's guide. Like we mentioned, the Visitor's Guide is a primary pamphlet to have available to distribute to other tourist destinations in New Mexico and surrounding states. Must market the city as a visitor's destination. Proposal should clearly demonstrate an understanding and ability to produce publication that meets the city objectives in a creative, organized, informative, and graphical, attractive format, balanced with cost efficiency. The final product must be made available in electronic format as well as printed brochure. Third deliverable, story writing. Engage talented writers to attract visitors and potential businesses and new residents from both regional and national audiences, with written articles in newspapers, magazines, and media platforms. 4, website. Assess the city's existing visitors' website, www.visitlasvegasnm.com. Provide a proposal for its redesign, upkeep, and maintenance, and a way to track its effectiveness. 5, additional marketing services as determined by the city manager. So we've got 5 deliverables here from last year. So I guess we can talk about those if we can, if we get an update on what's been delivered year 1 out of these 5 deliverables.
So, let's start with number 1.
Can we get the volume higher?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're gonna try to get it louder.
Okay,
Where
great.
Leon went. I know he's got it on 100%.
Okay. So I think
we'll
let's
try
start,
to listen well.
is that, can you hear me okay?
Let's try that, Dita.
Okay, how about that? Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yep.
A little bit better?
Sounds better.
Okay. Let's talk about number 1. So last year, the previous administration had hired us. We went through an extensive research process with focus groups, surveys that were released in the newspaper that we solicited over the radio. We did get some feedback, and from that we presented our data last year to City Council. So then what we've come up with, we came up with 3 new logos, slogans, and stories behind the tagline that we could use for essentially to support that tagline. We were asked to go ahead and hold. So as far as releasing those things, we had to wait. This year, Lucas and Scott and I and Charles have decided that what we would like to do is see about making sure that lodger's tax, because I don't think lodger's tax was represented last year. I believe the previous administration had identified certain stakeholders that he believed represented Las Vegas most. And Lucas, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think both of us feel like we need to have more voices.
Yeah.
In that process. Lucas and Scott have asked us to essentially scrap all of the pieces that were made under Section 1 and to see about starting over this coming year.
Yes, that's correct. So we talked about it, and we talked about scrapping the whole branding from last year and see if we could start over with more opinion. That was very small-based opinion, so we're hoping that we can do that over. However, I know that there's been a little bit of a hiccup now, because we already have a branding that we've already pretty much established, because we have 2 of them on both entrances of town, one on the north side, one on the south side. So that branding is pretty much with the city of Las Vegas now. So we kind of have a little bit of an issue there. So I want to make sure that the board understands that.
So who, I'm
Just hold
sorry.
on. Let's get for her presentation, let's just get through each section for the deliverables.
Okay.
And then we'll have our questions.
Sure. And what's great about this existing contract is that these numbers aren't set in stone. So let's say that as a group, Lodgers Tax, City Council, and your focus groups decide that you would like to stick with the current logo that we're using on your website right now. Then that's easy enough for us to just go through, do some survey, and see if we just want to do a color change or even just an orientation change, so you can use it on different pieces. just because right now it's in one format, and so you're kind of locked into where you can use it. That's something that can be addressed. And then at that point, and then we can take a look at the cost and say, okay, does it need to be adjusted up or down? Your website piece, we did do all of that work, and we're still actively managing all of that work. I'm sorry, if you can, I didn't receive the packet. If you can go through, one was rebranding, 2 was your visitor's guide. We did do that piece, and in fact, we have done reprints of those. We would like to update that with new branding. So if we move forward with a brand refresh or a logo refresh, then we would need to redesign that.
And then there was story writing.
We've done that. That's on your website. We use it in your social media, and as you'll notice, your Facebook is active right now. Your Facebook and your Instagram.
All right, and the last was the website. So all of those deliverables are done?
Correct.
Deliverable is determined by city manager, so all those deliverables are done. So what are the deliverables for year 2?
So for year 2, what I would like Lucas and Scott and I, we've already had multiple discussions about this, is revisit your city branding, whether it's a complete refresh or we just take your current branding as it exists and simply update it and give it multiple orientations so you can use it on several different types of pieces. Also, you're increasing your event activity. So with your Instagram and Facebook pages now active, not just with New Mexico True, but with us, right now we already have a Fall Fiestas ad running. What we really need to do is make sure that we've got a focus on your community calendar being active and updated, not just on the website, but on your Facebook page using graphic and video. Those things get the most organic share, and then we can pull in more visitors. If we can do that, then in FY26, I don't see why we couldn't, as a city of Las Vegas, apply for the events grant from New Mexico True and bring in more money for more event production.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
when you say updating a brand, what does that mean? And what I see is we've got the current logo. You've got that on the vehicles. You've got that on both on the south and the north side of town, on the entryways to town. So when you're saying updating, what how do you define that?
So I think updating, when I look at the current logo, and I tried to use it on a video piece. It's a very horizontal logo. It was built horizontal, which makes it difficult to use in social media. And social media pieces are built in a 1:1 scale or a 9:16 scale, which is a tall vertical scale. And so when you're trying to make video and pieces that are going to be shared across multiple platforms, the logo just doesn't fit. It becomes very small and hard to read. So when you do a refresh, it's something about taking the existing piece and shifting its proportions and expanding the color palettes that it's allowed to be presented in so that you can use it in more places.
So in other words, may I speak?
Go ahead.
In other
Yeah.
words, you're using the same logo. And
We'd like to,
refresh,
if you would like to.
so that means that we should only have to pay you half the price because the majority of it has already been done. And we don't want to change, for instance, if the council chooses not to change the logo completely, other than what you just said, the work's already been done. You just do a little.
We'd have to do some,
That's it.
we'd have to do some tweaking.
That will look at the cost of what the work you've done. Because
If you would like us to.
do
Yeah.
anything last year.
Well, last year we created 3 new logos for you, 3 new taglines and color palettes, but we were asked to please put all of those on hold when the past administration left.
So what
So
percentage would you say was complete out of the whole process?
Yeah.
Oh, the rebrand? We did more. We did focus groups in town, plus survey, plus 3 new logos, 3 slogans, and 3 stories. We were literally just told to put everything on hold, that there was no vote on where we would go forward when that past administration left.
Okay, so what is are you saying this is identified 17,000, is that what it's gonna take to finish the process?
I think, you know, if we do like Lucas and Scott and Charles are feeling that we stick with the current, then I absolutely agree with the lodger's tax member that says we could change that line item. I don't know why not. If you as a city feel like you like your existing logo, I would encourage you to speak to your board, speak to your city council. Let's get everybody involved and ask them. Let's make sure everybody's involved. Let's ask them, do you like your current logo? If you do, great. Then let's revisit that line item and let's change it. But do you see where I'm getting with, where Lucas and Scott and Charles and I have all said that it has to be collaboration between the Lodgers Tax Board and City Council and everybody agreeing that you like your current one.
So so basically what you're saying is you've been given a full stop, that
Well, absolutely.
you've been given a full stop, and we need to get together on our end between Lodgers Tax and city and so on to say, hey, what would we
And
like
ask. Yes. And please, you guys decide as a group. This is City of Las Vegas. This is your home. And this is where all of your communities live. Talk about it. Do you want to keep your current piece? If you do, then great. Then that entire first line item can change.
You got a question?
Two things, but the first one is, you said that you developed some taglines. Could we hear them, or do you have them handy? The taglines.
Yeah, Lucas, I think you still have that presentation with all 3 slogans, taglines, and the color palette.
The slogans is what I'd like to hear.
You have the slogans?
I'll need to send you that presentation. I actually had a hard stop at 1:30. I have another meeting. 1 second, I need to send a message. And what I'll do, Lucas, because I also sent a document for the entire Lodgers Tax Committee. It's a summary of your digital marketing, print marketing, and your video, social media marketing. It's a summary for you guys to see what's coming up in FY25. Is what I'll do is I'll also attach the slogans, the logos, and the color palette. And Scott, if you can send out all of those pieces to them, would be great.
We can do that.
Because as I recall, the first slogan that I heard, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, was New Adventures Down Old Trails.
That's
And then we had another firm come in.
that's-
That's our old.
Yeah, and then we had another firm come in and flip that and said, new trails,
Okay.
new advent, how was it? It was New Adventures
Down
Down
Old
Old Trails,
Trails,
Old
yeah.
Trails, New Adventures. So now we've got another one. Then the other
That's-
thing.
no,
for the
that's-
public- So we had one firm come up with one, then they flipped it, as I
So,
recall.
but you had new taglines that you presented to council at some point?
Correct. So 3 new logos, 3 new slogans, and color palettes.
So I'd like to hear the slogans,
Okay.
personally.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
the only one I remember was Bienvenidos.
That's what I remember, yeah.
That was one.
I haven't heard
I
anybody
think
do
there
that
was a-
ever.
There was another, I think there was a New Mexico's hometown, and then I can't remember what the other one was.
Well,
I'll have to pull it.
unfortunately, ma'am, I don't want to, spoil the birthday party here, but we as a Lodgers Tax Board, unfortunately, the last administration didn't share whatever they were doing with you all. So ultimately, you probably violated the state law by going direct from the city manager to the mayor and getting it done literally through the back door. It never went through us. Council never approved it. So when we found out about it, we asked for the presentation. I can't remember who presented from 7505. And we started asking questions, and it became really uncomfortable because pretty much we were told, you know, these focus groups were put together. I'm in the radio business here in town. I never even heard that there was even something like that going on for us to promote it. So whatever happened, it was going on outside the realm of the community. So that's one of the first things we recommended to Lucas, was to stop that whole rebranding, because we didn't think the whole community was involved with it. And part of it probably was the previous administration's handling of it, and the other half was Sunny 505 taking off and start working on this thing, sort of, as far as I'm concerned, back in the dark. So this board never knew about any of that, and I've been here 2.5
That includes
years.
the deliverables, we're asking for the
Yeah,
contract.
we're asking for everything.
But
So that's why we stopped everything. So I think Georgina's asking a proper question. I mean, you know, and I think rebranding is a big thing, okay? And you know, I know that Elmer's gone through a few of these. I'm almost of the opinion that we're already where we're at right now, and I'm afraid to start from scratch. Can we enhance it for a better rate? I think that's one of the deliverables I think we can handle. But some of this didn't happen because we weren't involved. It happened because we weren't involved. And then when we started asking questions, now we're the bad guys. It doesn't matter to me, but at the end of the day, we want to get this thing right and make sure we spend our dollars properly. My big question is this: we had a $189,000 contract last year, and I guess it expired in May. How much of that did we use last year? Did we pay the whole 189?
I don't believe so. Am I correct, Dita, to say that the whole 189 wasn't used?
Does anybody know what that number is?
I don't have it in my head, sir. I apologize.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Because, you know, tell me where you've been and I'll sort of figure where we're going. And that's where I want to be. I'm open to whatever entity's going to work with your department, Lucas. I want to make sure that we're being treated well. But I think there's a big question here, especially when we go to rebranding. Elmer, you know how hard this is. That's not a small process, you know what I mean? And I want to make sure we get all the community involved, not just a select group of folks that were the last time, from what we understand. Maybe the information we got was incorrect too, but at the end of the day, I think we need to be very careful how we go forward with this. I'm ready to help, but they need to make sure they help your department. That's all I want to make sure about.
They've been very responsive, sir,
Since we put a stop to it.
Yeah, they've been very responsive.
So, I mean, look, it's really hard to, as a board, I mean, Sunny 505 is paid through lodger's tax dollars. Okay? We're the advisory board for lodger's tax. So we need to be involved from the get-go when we're talking about it. So that's kind of where we're getting wrong. So I'm glad we're making that correction, because that helps us even in our own budget. When we were trying to set up budget last week, well, what number do we put on Sunny 505? Well, we don't know anything about it. So those are the dangers. Yes, it could go straight to council, and yes, there's nothing stopping but these are the dangers of not going through the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board, because you've got a disconnect way down the road. I believe she's correct. Look, they've got a contract from last year. They had deliverables. If she says she's delivered on these, she's done her job for year one. Okay? For year two, that's on us. I don't see a contract, I don't see deliverables on year two, because all these, sounds like we need to get the percentage of what presented on, up to date on what's been done, but on year two, we should have concrete deliverables, or what are we getting done year two? And so on, so we have it before we kind of re-up, right? For example, the visitor's guide in electronic form, how is that delivered to you? Is that on the website?
That's on the
On your
website.
website.
On the website?
Yeah.
Okay, and so on, and so these were at those points, right? We check mark, this is deliverable done, and you wrote a check and so on. Is that how we did it as we went forward? How did we get to those junctures of what was complete?
It was that form, but also it's continuous, because they were also getting us, booklets and packets and stuff like that we needed for Balloon Fiesta and stuff like that nature. So that continues. So these deliverables are continuous. So it's not like it's just one time and it's over.
One and done.
It'll continue to keep on going.
Last year we got 5,000 copies of the visit. You have the electronic version.
Yeah.
On the website. And you had 5,000 copies that were printed.
5,000, I believe, but then there was also some extra ones that were done for the Balloon Fiesta as well.
So then what was the distribution like for you print them, and who did the distribution, where did it go, kind of,
Yeah,
yeah.
so the typical ones that came over here, the ones that came over here in town were dispersed throughout the community. The other ones that came, went to events, like, Las Vegas night, took some out to the Balloon Fiesta. And the majority of them, probably 85% of them went at the Balloon Fiesta. We had a big, showing at our booth, so we gave them all out over there pretty much. And there was cases and cases of them at that time.
So you did have 5,000 copies, and they did get distributed not only within the community, but outside.
Yes, sir.
Is that something, you mentioned that you were gonna send us something with kind of what you've been doing, it's what's on, what you're gonna be doing going into the future. Can you include some of the reports in there, giving us an update on how this is going? So this is ongoing work for social media, the hits that you're getting for the website. I'd like to know, after we went live last year, or when we went live last year, for the new website, what the visitor traffic is gonna be. But having those continuous updates, as part of this contract, just let us know, hey, how are we doing? Did it have an impact?
But that's definitely.
Those type of performance reviews.
That's definitely something we can
can
do.
have.
We can find out the hits and all that stuff. And I know, like I said, these 5 deliverables are continuous work. And if there's something we need to add, I could sit down with Dita and then speak with her on it. We can talk about that and then bring it back to the board, maybe on a special session if we have to, just to discuss it with you guys. But we definitely need to see if we can go ahead and get, moving forward, with this, addendum, to this contract, because she's also helping us with our New Mexico True Grant, and we have a great package this year with the green chili package that we got. So we're going to be doing a lot of social media. We got an extra social media, I believe, Dita, if I'm not mistaken. We're able to go through Instagram and Facebook a lot more now. We got all these new ways of getting out there to the public. We're reaching out to different states, and Dita is pretty much spearheading all that stuff for us right now. So, my mission over here today is to get this addendum moving forward to council.
Just one more, I'll leave. So on the addendum, and so that's where I'm confused. So we have the contract from year one, and we did a scope of work. Now we're adding an addendum. So when we say citywide rebranding, we're adding 15,000 to the rebranding that we've already done. When we say design a new visitor's guide, for 17, are we doing like a new visitor's guide for this year, and that's what's gonna cost us?
Yes, we're going to be doing a lot of it's going to be different because this time we're involved. So it's not going to be so secretive. So it's a lot different this year. Now again, all this pricing is up to the board. You know what I mean? So especially that
Right,
brand.
and Lucas, if I may, and really going back to what Georgina was saying, is especially that rebranding line, if everybody agrees that you don't want to go and draw a completely new logo and a completely new slogan, and we just want to do a color refresh and some smaller work to that, then that line item can absolutely change. If the city feels good about where it is right now, then let's consider that line item as something that's open.
Say we can't, say that's something that's a stalled item. Can we continue on with the rest of the scope of the work? Can we have a campaign?
Absolutely.
So if we can, that might be an avenue, considering it's time sensitive for some of these things. If that's a big, and it's in our history, it's always been that the branding effort is time tasking, and the rest of the time we're needing to get things done. But I mean, I just want to, so like as far as we've already built a website, right? So we're doing website redesign
Right.
for 50,000. Is that what we're saying we're wanting to do, or after year one, or I'm just asking why we're repeating the process, or are we?
I think if I were to, and again, I feel like Georgina and I think a lot alike, is that if I were to look at that, at the rebrand line, and I were to say, this is changing, and this scope is changing, then your scope on the website line would change slightly, because our hands were a little tied last year when it came to the website redesign. When I typically do websites for other cities in New Mexico, I like to lean heavily on video and interactive pieces. and we really weren't allowed to do that. Our hands were tied as far as targeting goes. I like to use a lot of pixel placement and retargeting, especially using video ads so that we can really track and see who's seeing what and who's going to your site and how much time they're spending. So
So is that the video shoot?
I wouldn't change that too much.
Well, there's one
But I
line
think
item
it's
for
something that
website
can be
redesign
checked.
for 30K. And then there's another item for the addendum for the contract for video photo shoot to create new tourism assets, including photos, 1530 and 16 gigabytes. Is that kind of what you were wanting? So that's in here for the 30,000.
Right, and using those pieces for that, yeah. I just recently did that for another city where we came in, spent 3 days there, getting more video and photo assets for new ads.
Mr. Marquez, what's the timeline you're looking at for getting this contract to council?
I'd like to get it to council by September, sir.
September,
I mean, if we could, September 11th, if not the second one at least.
so have you negotiated, hearing what you're hearing from the board today, and us trusting you to come back to the board with a renegotiated agreement that we can basically look at it to say, yeah, this is where you wanna go, would that work for you? 'Cause you-
If we could do it within a timely process, I want to. I just want to make sure that the board is content because again, nothing was ever brought to the lodger's tax before. And I want to make that right. So I want to make sure you guys are happy with what we're gonna bring forward. If this makes you guys a little bit iffy, then by all means that we could go back to the drawing board. I'll sit down with Dita and I could discuss this and get this over with right away and call another session next week.
Because we're going off the numbers that you had last year, there's obviously some changes that have happened, some things that you'd like to do differently. You've got a feeling for what we'd like to see. Present a renegotiated agreement so that we can actually say, yes, go with this, or give a recommendation and cut here or add here. Does that work for you?
That would work for me. That would be fine.
I think that's fine. Lucas, and something if you guys would like to consider is getting rid of line item 1, the rebrand. If down the road, lodgers tax and city council decides they would like to revisit that, we can always do an addendum to this year's and then add that piece. I think that's really what's holding up a lot of the work.
Okay, so I guess this is where I'm confused. So these are the numbers out of the 189. I'm just trying to, because that is opening number 2023, is that? Okay.
That was last year's.
And so this is all last year's contract?
That's all last year's. We don't have.
Where's the addendum? You don't have, you don't have this year's numbers?
But these are numbers, so like again, this was so much kept from me that you know what we brought forward is just to see what else needed to be done. I knew that the rebranding was going to be an issue because we already have brandings on the edge of both sides of town. So you know, I wanted to see what the board wanted to move forward. The rest of it is continuous work. She has to continuously deal with the design of visitor guides. She has to continuously deal with the public relations, website redesigns. I mean, we can't stay with the same design on our website every year, so.
We just don't know what the additional, what do you?
Well, and updates. So
Yeah.
So now.
inconsistent with
To
updates,
me,
yeah.
okay, this was last year, you're not asking for additional amounts, but, so what are we asking for year 2?
So we can ask, I was asking for the 108,000 minus the 15,000 for the rebranding is what I wanted.
Okay.
But again, I'll have to sit down with Dita because I want to make sure that it fits her criteria as well. Again, if they're going to do anything to that branding that we already have on both sides of town, then they deserve some kind of money. You know what I mean?
So you're working on recommendations on what we could do. So it's the same essential deliverables that we have, we're continuing on.
Nothing's gonna stop from, these are continuous. So the next 4 addendums are gonna be the same setup pretty much because nothing's gonna change it. It's gonna continuously keep on going.
Okay, but is there any metrics or anything that we can use that we're gonna say wherever we're done?
I'm not sure.
what-
I'm not sure if I can,
what our goals are.
yeah, I'm not sure if I can really answer that question right now. I don't know what the future would bring to us in the next year or so.
Maybe some performance
Well,
metrics
Lucas,
on the visit.
So Lucas, in with that New Mexico True document, that I sent, and I believe, so I think Scott will share with that presentation. You'll notice there's some key performance metrics that are included in that, so that as the year goes on, you'll be able to see, how your ads are performing. So you, each of your print ads comes with digital ads that'll have KPIs and deliverables, that'll there, and all of the video ads.
All right. So,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
I think we can probably get to some kind of resolution to move forward. And I hope, you know, Sunny 505 understands that, you know, we were in the dark. Lucas was new, he was in the dark. You know, I understand everything that he got done to get to at least something. And then the fact that they started working with you after we had put a stop, because we had no idea what was going on. The rebrand, for sure, has to be taken off, you know, no matter what, until we as a board or a council
That's
decide
something
that's
we
what
need
we
to
do.
send to, sorry,
Yeah,
the
that-
council, Lucas, is, look, we need it, because council has seen it, council has been presented, they've been presented more than the larger tax board, so what we can do, if Lucas, we can send this back to council for them to advise us, so we can shoot it back to us, is like, if they'd like to we, just once and for all, they've got to, because some of it's where they need to decide whether they want to move on what they've seen, and then come back to us or advise, or if they'd like to not move on, they'd like to wait on it, then they could come back to us and we could say, hey, let's keep moving with the deliverables that we can do. But we need to clear up this clog here, and I think it needs to come from the top down this time, since considering the way it went. So as far as advising for lodger's tax, I'd like to have the lodger's tax board request the council to decide on what they would like to do.
The Lodgers Tax Board, though, sir, is the recommending board, so I don't know if we can have council recommend something to you for approval. That doesn't work that way. You guys recommend to us, and I take it to council for approval.
I think in the interest of trying to get this thing moving, you've heard from us in terms of what our concerns are, where you'd like to go. We've had some discussions at other meetings. So I think that you can put together, working with 505, you can put together a proposed contract and bring it to us. And what the board would like to see is deliverables, and I know you've worked on deliverables in the past in terms of, and then one of those can be a regular reporting to the Lodgers Tax Board in terms of this has happened in the last quarter or the last 2 months or month or so forth, in terms of these are the numbers we're generating, these are the impacts we're having. And if we can get that written into the contract so that it's a regular occurring event.
It's one of the deliverables, yeah.
So that we can have this discussion and we're on top of it. And so we're not like 10 months down the road saying, oh, it didn't happen. Rather, let's nip it at the bud and catch it in 1 or 2 or 3 months. And then go from there.
Well, look, and having metrics, you know, one's a goal, but if we can, but having metrics, it's helpful, right? Because a lot of this stuff can be personal. We like this logo, we got this color, we got this, and I've had to swallow a lot of stuff. But you show me numbers and it works, that's something we can move on. Some of us smaller probably we like, look, you know what, this campaign works. This is doing so. In each contract that we need to do, we need to have something. What did we accomplish? Yes, the deliverables, and if we're continuing to work on it, what have we done so far, and is it working?
Okay.
And Lucas, you have a handle on it. You have a handle on it already. So you're ahead of the game already. I think you could present an amended attachment A to us, and we can basically say, yeah, we like that, or adjust it, make some adjustments. But
I can, sir. I could do that.
I'm just looking at the deliverables from last year and trying to figure out. So, you know, we have 189, we subtract 15 right off the bat. We got, 170 some thousand. And then I know we don't have to redesign the website, so there'll probably be some tweaks to it and some work to it, so maybe we get a more accurate number. Probably the visitor's guide, you said a mouthful a while ago, Lucas. We have input, okay? You know, so in other words, you didn't before, which has to change. That's the whole idea of working on these things. So, Elmer, I guess, are you asking that they go back bring back a new number so we can approve it at a special meeting?
Yeah, just,
Along with the details she's already gonna send us, so we have more information on what's already been done. Look, we're finally getting to the, hey, this is what you're doing, I mean, a little bit, but there's still a lot more. So then we could move to, I mean, we just finally saw a contract, so then we can move to year 2 and what do we wanna do? I mean, now that we're on board, it's easier for us to advise the council and the process works like it's supposed to.
Yes, sir.
I think something that would be helpful as well with the packet. So New Mexico True, that piece is already in Scott's email box, the presentation that had gone to City Council. But I don't know if you were ever included on the research from the focus groups and the surveys. So would that be helpful to also receive that as well?
Sure.
But Mr. Chair, in regards to the logo, the rebranding? No, we don't need.
Yes, sir.
Because we already saw something like that. It was awful. So we needed more community involvement instead of a very limited group of people.
So you don't need to see the research.
Because we're not doing that, right?
Well, no, and that's fine.
No, but just so that you have it historically.
Yes.
Because
Just to see what the process was, because it also gives you an idea of you as a company, the work that you've done, the research that you did, so we can't just one-off say, hey, you haven't done, so we'd like to see it, and it's kind of, we're not just seeing it by the cover right now, we want to see the what we've been asking for as the inside, so send anything that you would think is important for the scope of work on this contract, what you've already done, please send it, so that we can, the ones that want to take a look, we can take a look. But I think it helps us to see what process you're using and so on. I've been part of a branding process before, and I've seen that details. It is rough. So send us whatever you have, so we have a basis of hey, this is who Sunny 5 is, what they're doing for us, and what we could recommend going on. Again, we're gonna have personal things about the logo and so on, and I think we always go down a deep hole on that sometimes, and it bogs us down for the stuff we can do. So I'm hoping we can, now that we know what we've been doing, we can move on to productive stuff or decide on whether we wanted to go in this direction or not.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add one more thing. When we saw the logo, nobody liked it. When
I know
council
that.
saw it, nobody liked it. So you know what I mean?
Remember the
If somebody
portion
has
about-
extra time to read on stuff and processes, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'd rather use their talent on stuff that's gonna make a difference to our town.
And like I said, and if we have the metrics and if they have it and this got presented well and they saw it, some of the times, even for prior logos, I've probably disagreed with it personally, but I've had to swallow my pride sometimes and do it for the city in whole and saying, hey, this is working. So if we can look at it holistically, ultimately, we might decide, yes, it is a horrible logo, if we don't want to go with it and so on.
We didn't take a
But we
vote,
need to-
yeah. But we could have,
we
I
did-
guess, yeah.
We need to get to,
Right.
we need to get to
And
that consensus
Right.
at this point. So let's start that.
Then I.
correct, and like I was trying to explain to Lucas is that, in the designs, in the multiple designs, is we have to implement what we're told to implement. So if the committee that we're assigned votes on the one piece and they say this is what we like, then we have to implement that. So I think having more voices involved, should you go down that path again, it may help.
Having a broader, but some of it was the details, right? Where somebody just look, the portions I have with is without the construction of it, or without using our history or what we're about or so on. We came in and looked at the sky and said this was the color or this was the thing, and so there wasn't real depth behind our reasoning for each and everything. I mean, some of these companies, Fortune 500, I mean, look, every little pixel is looked at. That's just the logo, but for the tagline, for what it means, there should be pages and pages of, hey, how did we come up with this tag?
Yes.
What does this mean to us? And so on. So yeah, send us everything that you got so we can construct that. And so the people that want to look at it, we can objectively look at what's been done, and then maybe perhaps we can advise on that going forward.
That would be wonderful. Yes, we'll make sure that it all comes over in one nice packet.
So then I guess to end the discussion, so we can move on, I move that we allow Lucas to work with 7505 to come back with a new
Recommendations.
addendum for this next year, and that we schedule a meeting as quickly as possible so we can approve it.
Thank you, sir.
Is that proper?
Should I take a roll call?
Yes.
So we got a motion from Mr. Matt Martinez and a second from Mr. Elmer Martinez. Mrs. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Elmer Martinez? Yes. Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries.
All right. Thank you for.
Thank you, Dita. We appreciate you. I know you got another meeting. I know we held you up, so I apologize, but we'll see you soon.
Okay, Lucas, thanks. Bye.
All right, moving on to discussion, review, and recommendations regarding lodger's tax. And I believe we still had Dia de los Muertos still on top, correct, Lucas?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Dia de los Muertos.
Represents the dead.
Do you have the application? Oh, I'm sorry.
Who represents the dead?
We used to, but they didn't give us a penny
You have the
for it.
applications.
Do you need to?
I still remember those altars that got built.
Yeah.
There's one.
Yeah. I had over 7,000 on an average.
Lucas, were you gonna, for the guys that have, was there a way to put the application on the screen?
Yes, sir. They're working on putting that up on the screen for everybody
Okay.
right now to go ahead and see the application as we go along.
It's not on here.
It's not here.
I believe it was supposed to be Martha Johnson that was gonna be.
Yeah, that's what I see at the end. Martha Johnson.
Are you able to get on?
If they're not here, I believe the board has the authority to go ahead and table it.
Okay, so is that what we're expecting if they didn't come to
I mean,
represent?
they were supposed to be here to represent.
Okay,
And we could table, or we could proceed and see what you guys would think.
all right, I'll entertain a motion,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
as I read through the applications, some of the applications didn't have a
A lot of information. It was
Yep.
really hard for me to understand what the event was. So I went back in my memory and looked at that. It seems that it's changed from an actual RFP where you were asking for specific kind of data, and there was a summary, and there was a written summary as to the event. It summarized the event. There's some applicants where we do see that in these applications, but a majority of them don't have a lot of information on them. It's real difficult for us to act.
And without the individuals here for some of these questions, they wouldn't be able to answer some of the questions we need, right?
Right.
I would believe so. I mean, example, I mean, where are they gonna advertise that? I wouldn't know those answers unless it's in there.
And it's unfair to put the staff on the spot.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to table until we have someone representing this application.
So,
Second.
Should I call roll call, sir?
Sure. Each one of these will.
Okay, we had a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel. Mrs. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Elmer Martinez? Mr. Matt Martinez?
yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Next one up would be, Eddie B Promotions and Events. Do we have anybody here? Great.
H. It's H.
All right. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that all the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your event?
Okay, so this is called the YOLO Music Festival. This is to provide opportunities for upcoming students or students of New Mexico Highlands University. This is to get them in front of a a well-known artist or individual group of anybody. Like, for an example, we're bringing Animated Jukebox. They're a well-known band in Albuquerque. And our plan is to put our students opening for those guys to give them that kind of experience so they have that on their resume whenever they go and in the future jobs or future possessions that they need to do. Also, this is also giving our students an experience to run sound, to do all the stage stuff, everything that nobody really sees on a day-to-day basis when they go to an event. So this is also providing opportunities in that field. But mainly, this is just to help our students with performance anxiety and getting in front of an audience.
Okay. I'll entertain any questions.
Yes. So is this just strictly geared to Highland students?
No, this is for any upcoming artist that wants to come out and perform.
So what is your age limit?
It is between, I would say, between 16 and up, probably to like whatever age.
16 and up?
Yes.
And it would be held there at Highlands?
No, this will be at the Plaza Park. It used to be at Highlands, but we're moving it to the Plaza Park because we're able to fit more people at the Plaza Park.
And what time of the year are you planning to do that?
This would be in September because this is in semester when we have all our students on board.
Okay. It would seem to me that it should be corresponding with something with the film people. Because what you're doing is you're putting them out in front, how to present themselves. So I think there might be a missing element there. But I was just looking at our people that have put in for events. It should be something else in there for film, but I'm interested to hear a little more about what else are we gonna have to, or you're asking us to pay for besides advertisement? Will we be paying for rentals? Will we be paying, because I don't have the application in front of me.
Okay, so right now I have with me, I've already covered the insurance. I got sponsors to help cover the insurance and all the sound cost, everything for sound I have paid for, also with sponsorships. Right now, the only thing that I really need is promotion and the cost for Animated Jukebox and After the Fact. And that would be $3,000 for those two bands. And this document's recently updated because last week I had got some more sponsors. So if you guys need a copy of this, I can get it to you. And just right now, the main thing is just getting the promotion out there and getting Animated Jukebox and After the Fact paid.
Mr. Chair, can I ask, what's the new
Go ahead.
amount?
The new amount with everything paid or just with
What you're asking from us?
$3,000?
Yeah. So it was 6,500 before?
Yeah, no, actually it was 100 for one of the band members, another 100 for another band member. For sound, it was 250. For the other part of the sound, it was 100. The insurance was 171, and promotion was 100 that we started to promote with.
Okay, so you're asking for 3,000 to do what's left.
And that's to pay Animated Jukebox and then After the Fact.
So Animated Jukebox is a band, not a physical jukebox.
No, they're a band. They're a band out of Albuquerque. They do R&B. It's Solera, but they're more like R&B, pop, country. They do everything basically.
How many students do you expect to participate?
I'm pretty sure there's gonna be 5.
5 students.
Yes, including myself.
So it could change, it could go up more as this event, do you have a deadline?
The deadline is probably, I would say, the week before the event, which is September 21st. And I do not expect the price to go up anymore. The only thing I could see making the price go up more is working with promotion, depending on whatever we need, like for flyers, getting it on radio stations, getting it on TV commercials.
So which portion of the advertising are you asking for, and where is that scope? So I'm gonna go with the bands because we've opened up those floodgates for paying for bands because of Fiesta. So I guess bands are fair game as marketing.
Yes.
So
Marketing promotional, sir.
promotional. So, are we considering this marketing promotional?
You know what, this is his event, I really can't
Okay.
answer that for him, sir.
So would you say this is a promotional or marketing of it? Because lodger's tax, the intention of lodger's tax is for the marketing and promotion of tourism. So as far as your event goes, read the rest of your packet. Is it in your belief that it's a tourist event? Will people from out of town be coming because of this said band?
Yes, I honestly believe this because one, if we have students performing and they're from out of town, their families are gonna wanna come and see them, and they're gonna wanna come and stay in the hotel, spend time with their kids. Or even the band might have family member out of town. And I'm pretty sure like with Animated Jukebox, they have a big following in Albuquerque, and a lot of people will come down just to see them because of how good they are.
The other question I have, council, is, the date that you have here is a Friday or a Saturday?
It's a Saturday.
So it will not interfere with our events that we have in the park on Friday nights al fresco, right?
No, it won't interfere with Fridays al fresco.
Okay, that was my.
It will intertwine with another event that's going on at the city at that time, though. I believe the city at that point in time is having gay pride, a gay pride parade. So they'll be, his band will, or their performance will be in the park at the same time.
So they will be sharing the plaza at the same time?
I wouldn't say sharing, but the parade runs through the plaza.
Runs through the plaza, and then whatever audience that the community members and public that come will also probably be participating as audience for this event too.
Yes.
I figure,
So,
okay.
so what time is your event?
It is from 12 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And the parade, maybe sometime that afternoon?
Around that time, sir, yes, sir. Also, it's also a Highlands, Highlands assisted event.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask, because you're a moving target. You started with this and got sponsors, and now, the numbers have changed. So if you're looking at taking care of the two bands, you said 3,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then you need some money for promotion, and you already took care of the insurance. If you're looking at $750 for promotion, you're not gonna promote too much. You need more money than that. So I couldn't give you a number. I'm in radio, so I only can give you what radio is. I don't know what TV would be, or if we could add it to something we're doing. But at the end of the day, I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the best number for you all. So what would, in your mind, be the amount you need for your event, I guess, to be fair?
I said with bands included,
So you have 2,500 right now as far as the automatic jukebox.
yes, and then after the fact is 500.
I'm sorry?
After the fact is 500.
Those three.
Yes, for the two bands.
Okay.
And then promotion, just whatever works. Me, I'm not familiar with promotion because I've always just made posters, got it on Facebook,
Right.
and just walked all over town, spread the word like that, like the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned, yeah,
The
that,
old-fashioned way, what is it you're gonna be doing to promote this event?
So putting up posters, getting on Facebook, those are my two strong suits right there. We did that last year, we've done that for our other events, and they've always worked, they've always helped out.
Your bands, what kind of following do they have?
They're like, I would probably say, how do I explain it? I would say from the 16 to probably 45 range, year 8 range, from what
Do
I've
they have
seen.
a Facebook page that they,
Yes,
or media pages that they
yes,
promote on?
yes, they do.
Will they be promoting it?
Yes. I've talked to Donnie Tesso, and he's more than happy. He's been promoting it. He's been posting it nonstop.
so what if we, and maybe we're always thinking 1-year things, so what if we started the event, and we're counting the band as your advertising, as your promotion? They're the draw, they're gonna be drawing people from out of town, they've got their own social media, and so on. And so if we were able to get you that portion of it, that would be part of, because look, for lodger's tax, and I want to keep repeating it, we're the advertisers of said event. We're not the builders of the event. We're gonna go with it on this band, since that's the precedents that we've set, that that's the marketing and promotion that we're going to go with. If we don't have anything else in detail, that's fine. Maybe you could present that next year, but just remember, hey, we're looking for visitors from outside of town, right? Santa Fe and beyond, different markets. It gets bigger, you head out of the state, and so on. But as many advertisers that we could hit, and you're asking, hey, and you come up with those numbers. Hey, we can place this ad here, or this is what it would cost, and come back and present it to us in detail. That's what we can say. Oh, okay, great. You're really out there advertising. We could, depending on how the event goes and it's going, we could recommend more to you the following year. We're here to help grow your event, not be your event. So that's the troubling part of getting through some of these applications. But I hope it goes well and something that can keep going in the community. So I can go ahead.
Correct me, please, but is there like a 65-mile radius or 75-mile radius on ads? What is it on the radio ads that you want to actually reach?
Yes, that is a 65-mile radius.
So not only do you advertise on the radio here locally, but you also hit the surrounding radio stations for that age group of people that are listening to or that would be attending this, because your focus group is going to be a much younger group. So, recommendation, look at those radio stations that are your focus group is listening to, and what you already have it on Facebook, on social media, but your other form would be radio. Okay? And that is advertisement. And it does work, because when we were doing events, we went outside that 65, 70-mile radius, and it worked. We brought them in. So you're looking at your focus group and what they're listening to and who they're listening to, okay? That's just a recommendation.
Look, Lodgers Tax can help you for everything outside, to bring all the outside people in. All of your town promote, use all of the sponsors that you already got to do the local flyers, the in-town, all that stuff to help you with the event. Use that money, use Lodgers Tax money to promote your event outside of town. Right?
Mr. Chair,
So,
I'm trying to get to a number. So he said 3,000 for bands. I think we need to put some money in there for some marketing, so maybe like a 1,500 maybe?
No, we could do the 3,000, and he's doing posters and so on right now, because he doesn't have a plan for the outside. So I don't want to give money where there's not a set plan. It's next month. Let's help him out with the band, because we're saying that's the advertising. He's advertising with the band. That's the draw. So
I think if you market it a little bit, it'll help promote, get you a good start, I guess. So I don't want to shortchange it, because we want to give them the best opportunity. And primarily, we're here to market, okay? I'm in radio, so I know what that means. So we can give enough rope to hang yourself, or give you enough rope so you can make it a successful event. I'd like to see a little bit of money. It doesn't have to spend it with me, just some money to get the word out.
go ahead.
I would be really in favor in what he's saying, because we really don't focus on that age group that he's focusing on. And this is the first time really that we're pulling those age groups and Highlands community students in, Luna students in. So we need to give these guys an opening
Definitely
there.
looks like a good
And that
event.
750
We just
is
don't
not
have the
gonna cover it.
details. Right.
Right.
And so I don't want to be the hander of
I understand
just
that.
money without having, because look, some of these applicants went out and got estimates. Some of them got, hey, this is where I'm going to place it. This is how much it's going to cost. It might cost more, so on. So some of the applicants have put in the work and put in the application. And so I know that's a wish they could have, but we're kind of leading it the other way, where there's no plan and we just kind of want to feed some money. So if we want to see it that way, that's fine. I can entertain a motion to approve, but we got it for each application. We're going to need to be fair. I think by going with the detail of the application, we could approve or disapprove and recommend to them in the future to have more detail and have these things going forward.
Well, there's no class set to tell people, because I remember being there where you're sitting, about applying for an application, where do you start, where do you look, whatever. It was hit the wall and running. So I am now over here, so I'm giving you this advice, you know, and I would like to make that recommendation that we do a little bit more on that promotion now that he does know for next year, because again, it is not, we rarely have any events that focus on that age group. And we need to bring that population into our events. Okay? That's the bottom line right there.
Well, definitely.
Yeah.
And we can definitely help them. I just,
I understand what you were saying for
Yeah.
next year, but this is for this year.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I do give him a lot of credit. It's been a moving target. He, you know, he's gotten sponsors, takes care of this, takes care of that, takes care of that. That to me demonstrates, you know, that this entity needs an opportunity to showcase what they can. I'm excited about the new direction Highlands is starting to take. From what I can see right now, it's not the same Highlands that was there last year. The leadership is changing things over there. We have to jump on board to support that entity. And I just want to make sure that you guys have a successful event, okay? And now you sort of know what we need to do for next year, but I agree with the 3,000 for your bands. I still think we need to give you some money for promotion. And you can start locally this time, and then you can expand, you know, next year to the communities outside that might be able to bring in your demographic of folks. That we want to welcome them all. This is what it's all about. So I'm with Georgina, so I don't want to pick a number, but I know we need to do something. So I was sort of heading in the direction of something, so maybe Elmer, you can help us.
Pick a number.
can we pick the 3,000, if we can get it done, can we finish with the 3,000 and help them with we're basically helping them with the event, with the 3,000. So we can start with that. And so if we can,
Well, the 3,000 is just the two bands, right? That's it.
yeah, that's the meat.
But that's no promotion at all. So I'd say at least 1,000.
The promotion was the band, but
The marketing is 1,000, I'd say.
Marketing, would be in marketing then, because again, the band is promotion. Marketing is ads, posters,
So,
it's print.
so
it's
say we
radio.
do that, see, and I'm just, because we need to move to these, it's gonna be a long one, but say we just approve it blanket, right? Well, we don't know the detail. And then he goes and spends it on something he can't spend it on, and he's not reimbursed. Right, or we're approving something here and it's a conflict of interest. This is where we're headed into when we're just kind of saying, hey, because we don't have the details in front of us, what's gonna be. This is what we're advising the council.
Well, he started off, Mr. Chair, at $6,500. We're only at 4.
So an ask isn't always give, it's what we can do as part of Lodgers Tax Board, what we're supposed to and what we can approve.
Yeah, but it's
This is
still
the
up
time
to
we
the
can-
board to decide that, so I think we need to consider that.
Okay.
Maybe I'll make a motion that we approve 4,000 for this event, 1,000 for promotion or marketing, and the 3,000 for bands.
Second.
Can I have a second?
Okay, good. Roll call? All right. Got Mr. Martinez made a motion. I had a second by Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel. Ms. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Elmer Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. $4,000.
Motion on this,
Um,
on this item?
Can we do that, Chair, Mr. Chair? Can we reopen it or
That's another motion on this.
second? Okay,
Relative, right?
okay,
It's relevant.
okay.
Motion that I'm making is that we have reporting back to the board.
Okay,
Report back at either at a meeting that will be scheduled and the applicant will be informed. And we receive information concerning the event and the impact of the event and kind of a summary telling us how the event went so that we have a good idea,
I'll second.
especially when it's fresh on your mind.
I'll second, and from the beginning for everything that we're bringing forth, we want him to report back. So if we've approved it, we want to report back for it. For these events, same thing. So
Mr. Chair, that's fine, but just because it wasn't in the application, we'll have to make that motion every time we do that for these
okay,
these funds that are issued. We have discussed it, and we are looking into changing that application and to reflecting that they would have to come back and give a report for monies issued.
okay,
So
his motion
we
is
do have
reflecting
another
all these
motion on,
applications?
yeah.
Yeah.
So we do have another motion on this issue. Motion by Mr. Elmer Martinez and second by Mr. Krutek. Mrs. Helen Strader,
Yes.
Mr. Elmer Martinez, Mr. Matt Martinez,
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Good luck with your event.
Thank you, guys.
I'm looking forward to it.
Mr. Chair, next up is Holiday Home Tour. I believe we have Miss Loretta back there, ready to come and present.
If I may point out,
Mr.
under the
Quintana.
Part 5 Assurances and Certifications, the last line does say we will deliver a report on each event within 30 days to the city.
Right, and we're asking specifically a presentation to the
Right.
board.
Okay.
That's, I mean, they,
Thank you, sir.
All right, oops, sorry, your oath. Do you solemnly swear that all the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Can I start?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let me take this opportunity to thank the board for granting us the contract that we previously asked for the Places with the Past tour. The board decided when the water crisis hit the city, we decided to align our decision with the city, and we withdrew that project, the Heritage Week, and also the Places with the Past tour. We thought it was in the best interest of the community that we didn't bring a lot of people in from out of town at that particular time, because we didn't know how long that was going to last or how it's going to impact our water. With that said, we were advised that we do make, as part of that grant, we did have the Places, the holiday tour, which we did last year. And so we wanted to submit another application for that particular event specifically. I did want to let you know, we did submit a report last year for the Places with the Past tour and also the holiday tour. And with that, we did have 281 people that attended the Places with the Past tour, and we had 100 people that attended the holiday tour. We did have 5 homes on the holiday tour last year, and I spoke to a lot of people that were from Santa Fe and Albuquerque that attended that tour. So they really enjoyed it, and we're looking forward to this year's event. So both events were a success. We did incorporate Mora in our planning when it came to the Places with the Past tour. We included the 3 mills last year, and now Mora's having an annual event every year with the tour of the Valley of the Mills. So they are following up with that, and I think that's a big plus to show that when you collaborate with our surrounding area economically, it does benefit. And now they're excited to carry that on and proceed with that type of event. At this time, if you have any questions, I could answer.
Yeah, for me personally, this is the easiest one. You filled out the application, it's legible, you put the details of where it's going, to the number. They're all for marketing, they're all outside of town, so you've answered the majority of my questions, but this is some of the, as far as all the applications, the things I'd like to see when we're filling out the applications is the details, so we can make at least a determination based off of what we know about lodger's tax and so on. So I don't have any issues. Go ahead.
with Places with the Past, holiday home tours, I'm just wondering, are you coordinating with the hotels, the train packages? Are you developing any packages, or have you developed
We
packages?
do. We were fully familiar where some of the people were coming with Places with a tour. We actually had a tour bus that canceled on us because prices were changed on them. And so they weren't happy with that, so they pulled out of our tour. We might have had more people actually come on our tour because we anticipated that in our planning. But we do like to coordinate with them. We like to ask what their availability is, what's going on, and we do correspond with people that call us and say, hey, they do have vacancies, call these are their point of contact, these are their numbers. So we do a lot of coordination in that type of thing.
Yeah, and maybe and I know we were having a discussion, Lucas, about some events that could actually coordinate with the facilities we have here and the train facilities. I mean, it's important that train be utilized, that Amtrak be utilized. And you know, the fact that you have one stop almost every day of the week is both coming and going from Albuquerque north and south is actually something positive. And it actually generates that extra night for the stay, and it also generates the meals here. Now I think I've seen Elias back there running around on a tricycle. It's motorized, so you've got some transportation that can take care of that particular concern, particularly on the weekend. So I think that the pieces are there. It's just some coordination that might take
We
could take place.
do actually work with the Chamber of Commerce because we're a member of the chamber. So we do send our events with them, and hopefully that they're advertising in some of their website and stuff like that. We do web, and we do coordinate with other entities outside of Las Vegas. We are strong partners with Cornerstones out of Santa Fe. We coordinate with them, and we coordinate with their group of people that they send things to. So there's a lot of other entities that we coordinate our events with.
And all I'm saying is sometimes let the hotels know.
Right.
And restaurants, hey, we're having this event here. Hey, is there anything you want to put together? Let us know. Just some coordination like that.
We'll
Start
absolutely do that.
communicating. That's all I'm saying.
May I speak? Go ahead. Your Places with the Past tours, how many years have you guys been doing that? And how many years have you been coming to us for that?
I don't know how many years we've been coming to you for that, but we've had 35 years of the Places with the Past tour. This is the 17th holiday home tour. So we've been doing it for a while and collaborating with.
So being that it's been, as you said, you've done very well, it would seem that over the 10, 15 years that we've been supporting you, have you guys put aside something so you're not having to come back for the next 15 years, that you will become self-sufficient?
Well, we are self-sufficient, to let you know. We collaborate with the city so that we can get marketing out. And the reason we do that is because we're gonna be doing other events. We're gonna be doing this, collaborating with Cornerstones, Highlands University, Luna Community College this next year to do the statewide preservation conference. So we are there doing other things to grow the amount of people that come and stay at lodging. You know, I know that the lodging thing is so that we can market and get more people into lodging. And that's our total purpose of coming and getting these dollars, is so we can reach out to state. And actually, we provided money in Colorado to get people coming from Colorado, which we did have a few people come from Colorado last year for our Places with the Past tour. So I know it's a collaboration, and I think that we're just collaborating with this entity because we understand the purpose of this entity.
And
We do advertise in other ways too.
Right, and you got it right. Yeah, look, for what you're applying for, you went to the right place, and it's easy for us to apply. We're not paying to hold your event. Your event is self-sustainable. We're helping. This is what lodgers tax are for, is to promote your event. And you've put it down. You've put it in detail. Could you do more? Sure. Next time around, the same application in detail of promoting and advertising your event outside of town. This is what lodgers tax is for. That's what makes it easy. It gets nitty gritty when we're paying for your event, to hold your event, and so on. And that was an idea. It's the promotion of, and you've got it in your application.
We did all our volunteers. We also, with these type of events, we're gonna be promoting educational courses. We're working right now collaboratively with Luna on an Adobe making. We participate as volunteers for that one, and I've been doing that for a while as part of CCHP. And so we put a lot of hours helping them get that up, and we're going to sponsor classes in making hornos, which we would sponsor and bring it on further. So we do other things with the money that we make to promote heritage and the history of Las Vegas and the surrounding area.
Mr. Chair. And I look at the whole calendar of the year, you know, we're pretty good for spring, summer, and fall, not too good at winter. So, you know, we're trying to create more events, not just at the same time of the year, so that you know, people from the outside could come and enjoy this stuff. So I guess, Lucas, you're gonna have to put a big calendar, you know, and start putting all the events, you know, throughout the seasons. Because the idea is to get people here, and all year the best that we can. Yeah, we understand weather makes a difference and the time of the year makes a difference, but this is an event that I think through the years has always demonstrated to be very, very lucrative. Because we're getting people to come, you know, and sometimes, you know, at the risk of weather, you know, to come to this event and enjoy it, and then go back and give the word that it's a great event to come. It's a selling point on itself. We're lucky to have what we have in our community that we can showcase. And I think, you know, this fills a pretty good void in the winter, a very good void. So that's how I look at all the events. Or like Georgina said earlier, with that gentleman that was here just a little while ago, we're talking about a different demographic altogether. We need to make sure we get some of these dollars through all different levels and all different platforms. Why? So we can fill up our calendar. The whole year we have stuff going on and with different demographics of people. I guess after a while, some of these events get, you know, oh my God, here we go again. You know, is there anything else a different slant? But this one's a really good event. I seen it develop, and congratulations for all the work you guys do with your volunteers, working with other entities to create other events. It's not an easy thing. Can you imagine when we're in 2024, how hard is it to get volunteers anymore? You know, it's getting tough out there. The pickings are slim. So anything we can do to promote our town, I'm for it.
We do have authors that send us books to review, historical books to review. We also send information. We are researching Chavez y Chavez, that we had to do a review and send a movie information that we had on books that reviewed that person in that historical time. And so we do a lot of these things historically that take a lot of the time that we're doing, that this helps when we do these things. We get known and people ask us for help. So we do a lot of other things.
Wait,
I entertain a make a motion.
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve funding for the holiday home tour in the amount of $3,505.63.
I'll second.
In addition, that the applicant also report to the Lodgers Tax Board sometime after the event at a scheduled time.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Mr. Almer Martinez, a second by Mr. Krutek Bakla. Ms. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Almer Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez?
I have to abstain.
Yes, sir, understood. Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion passes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Good luck with your event, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, what do we got next, Lucas?
Okay, I'm sorry. Next up is Meadow City Motor Show and Film Expo. Here to present is Mr. Elias.
Hand out some pictures for you guys first to pass around. These are photos of our billboards that we've already put up. And I haven't been able to take a picture of that one because it's in Santa Rosa.
I did, because I can't
Oh,
print
and
it.
here's the poster. Pass around as well, so I'll print it here first. All right, thank you Lodgers Tax Board for having us and reviewing our application. So essentially, we are coming back to you guys. This event, we already had an application, I think in March, and it was approved by you all and the council. And that was for the promotion of our, at the time, it was a different name, and we had to reschedule the event from June 8th to September 14th. So now the event is the Meadow City Motor Show and Film Expo.
And essentially, everything in our first application is essentially gonna be all done. The only new thing we are asking for is a promotional item for the event. We're gonna have a raffle for all the entries into the car show, 35 small block Chevy engine that will be, 350. That will be raffled off for any of the participants of the event to win. But everything else, as far as the billboards, t-shirts, pens, caps, mugs, social media, is already paid for or is going to be paid for and is taken care of. And if you guys have any questions?
So the ask is basically for the small block engine for 5,000?
Yeah, it's gonna be around 48,000, 4,800,
800.
yeah.
That's the raffle. Do you have any other items that are being?
Yeah, we already have a bunch of sponsor items, goodie bags, that sponsors have given, some toolboxes, a bunch of stuff that we have for sponsorship raffles and, goodie bags, and there'll be some raffle opportunities for people that are actually just spending the day at the event, not just the participants in the.
The raffle is gonna sell for?
It's gonna be probably $20, I think. I think we decided on that. Oh, $100? Yeah, okay, so,
That'll go back into.
yeah, and then there's already an entry fee for the, car show participants. That's gonna be $20.
So the raffle wouldn't pay for the engine?
It will, in the end, and it will just be going back into the fund for this event next year. That's the biggest thing.
So the engine is your promotional item.
Yes,
That's what you use, that's what you're using to try and attract people to come to the event.
exactly, yeah.
Or participants, I'm sorry.
Once we know we're gonna get this engine, we're gonna start adding that to our promotion, that, hey, if you come and participate in this event, you have a chance to win, this motor.
Mr. Chair. I'm confused again. What's the ask? How many dollars?
5,000 for the engine.
Exactly, just 5,000?
Yes.
Okay. So it was larger before, right?
Well, we already asked for 5,000,
Oh, okay.
and we got that, and the majority of the stuff we've done for promotion and advertising is already up to that, close to that 5,000.
What's the location you'll be using?
Plaza Park.
Of the park, you'll be closing the park or?
Yep. The whole park will be closed.
Any traffic on Bridge Street?
It'll be closed all the way from Bridge Street, all the way up around the plaza, sir.
You'll be able to go around up Bridge Street and around the park through,
You'll be
Bridge
able,
Street will be totally closed down.
will that be, will you be using Bridge Street for entries, for cars? and-
yeah. The whole park and Bridge Street are gonna be filled up with cars.
So you're already promoting it, you already have, billboards out there and so on and doing the right way. Now the ask is for the engine where we're borderline on, that's a draw as far as do we have anything concrete on how many additional outside of 65 miles this is going to bring? This is the gray area as far as our promotion is.
And
is going.
it's more of a building block, for the next year's event too. Like, hey, I won a motor at this year's event, and it's just making the event bigger and better for each year.
How big is it? Small blocks?
350.
Okay. So next year will be bigger engine?
Oh, no, I just mean the event as a whole,
Okay,
making it bigger and better every year.
yeah.
The event
That's a whole, yeah. for
It'll be
the-
bigger next year, right?
A bigger engine too, I guess.
Yeah, the draws, the show. Look, and this is a gray, so for a motorcycle, for bike rally, it'd be motorcycle, for other events, and so that's a great, I think, again, for the board, it's clean cut to me when we're approving straight advertising, help you advertising your event, when we sort of get in these gray areas of what the advertising means is difficult for me, but,
I'll tell you, if we don't get approved, all of the other advertising was already gonna get done.
yeah, those are the cleanest, that, hey, you're advertising here, we'd gladly try to advertise the heck out of your event without kind of jumping through all these, other things, distracting things, but, any other questions?
Yeah, I just, I know the bands are promotional because they bring in their own groupies, I guess, so, you know, their own followers when we bring them in from out of town. So that's the promotional end of it. So this 350 Chevy small block engine, you're gonna be bringing in, it's acting like the same thing as a band or a person or a thing.
We're gonna fly
We're
it
bringing
into
in
the
those
Plaza
things.
Park.
So, I just need to make sure that it's clear in our paper or rules and regulations that it specifically says that this is a promotional and it's an entity, you know, it's not a person, place, or thing, but it is an entity. It is something that is solid that we could use. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the guidelines, the rules.
It'll be a
Stuff like
slippery
that.
slope. It's about how far we're gonna let it go. This is, and that's where it's headed to, but it'll be a slippery slope on how you wanna condition that.
Chevy itself, are you getting any advertisement from them or
It's not,
publicity?
the engine isn't being bought but from Chevy. It's another company, is where we already have a quote and everything, and we're ready to jump the gun, and it's Jags.
But they could be.
And a lot of
promotion-
times they donation, you know, for the raffles, right, for the bikes or whatever,
Yeah.
somebody their sponsor is that donation for the
Yeah.
raffle and so on.
That's a
That's
lot
how
of.
it usually works, yeah.
Yeah, a
And
lot
so I
of the
didn't-
toolboxes have been donated like that,
Right.
and some tools.
So I didn't want to reinvent lodger's tax here, trying to bend ourselves around these things. We give lodger's tax for what it's for other things, it comes from those sources. And to kind of bend our will on some of this stuff, sometimes it's not necessary. I'd rather pay you, I'd rather provide more to advertise the event than be in these gray areas.
That's one of the reasons we kept on this application, all of the event t-shirts, caps, and all of that stuff.
Yeah, and the logo.
Yeah, so
I think the statute reads for advertising and promotion. And what's being asked is they're utilizing an item to promote the event in terms of attracting customers to the event.
Yeah.
Will a car builder from Española come to the event? Or will they be more motivated to come to the event if there happens to be a 350 engine there that they have a chance of winning? That's the question. Will that builder be able to be more motivated about it? Or will it motivate someone to come to, will that happen? Is that kind of promotional items? I've been to 3 car shows. My brother drags me all over. He helped me finish a bike and now I have to go to all the shows. So I've been in Taos and Peñasco and I was in Albuquerque this weekend. So they provide promotional items.
Yeah.
I mean, at the events.
Yeah.
They do it differently in different kinds of ways. I've seen engines in the past. I've seen engines being used as promotional items. It's a big ticket item, it's a big item. If you can generate revenue off of that, more than the actual cost of the engine, well, good for you. Good for the organization, because you're trying to become more self-sustaining, and that's something that the chamber's been trying to get back on track for a number of years that I've noticed.
Yeah.
So I think to support them with that promotional item, it's a big ask. But how many cars did you have last year? How many?
119.
119. That's a big show.
Yeah.
119 for Las Vegas is a big show. Do you expect, are you getting that kind of a response for this year?
I think it'll be that or more.
So, you know, if it's a big ticket item, but if it wouldn't make sense if you had 20 vehicles. It makes sense if you got over 100.
Now, that's like bringing in a big name star. You're bringing in, you know, it's their name that you're bringing in.
the
I
engine.
understand that. I just want to make sure that it's, the
within
definition
the
is clear, you know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I guess the only thing the engine needs to have is a Facebook page, okay? That way it can promote itself.
That would be good.
But, I think I have enough information. I still move that we approve this for 5,000.
I second.
Roll call.
A motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Ms. Helen Strader. Mrs. Helen Strader? Mr. Amor Martinez? Mr. Matt Martinez,
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Once again.
Motion that the applicant present to the Lodgers Tax Board at a later date after the event and let us know how the event went.
All right.
I'll second that.
We got a motion by Mr. Alvin Martinez, a second by Mr. Matt Martinez. Mrs. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Alvin Martinez? Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're hitting all of the audiences.
Trying
All
to,
age
it
groups.
for sure was a family event last year.
And your focus is gonna be wide.
Be a coyote engine.
Thank you, guys.
How are you gonna judge who gets it, who gets it?
The 350 is a typical hot
Yeah,
rod motor, so
hot rod
people
car.
are gonna love it.
I like coyotes.
To Scott today.
Yeah,
Okay. Sir, the,
that's why we put limits, in the first place, we were under 5,000 or under 10 because it's just. All right,
sure. Next one on the agenda would be, Main Street Furniture.
I don't recognize that young lady coming to the mic. I don't know who that is. Could she introduce herself?
I should clarify. Hi, everyone. My name is Cindy Collins, and I'm under contract with Main Street de Las Vegas. I'm no longer on the board after being retired, but under contract. So what you have is an application for street furniture for downtown, from the Railroad District Douglas to Plaza Park, to add to the existing benches and trash receptacles that were paid for by private individuals over the past years. And the application shows the total is $28,000, and I have a map showing where, it's not absolute, but it's where I think they should be placed. You have a letter from New Mexico Department of Historic Preservation approving the design of the benches, et cetera, from years ago. And I did watch your last meeting where there was question about infrastructure and lodgers tax. And I looked on the city's website in the municipal code book under the descriptions of lodgers tax. And it says, this is the Lodgers Tax Act, that it promotes, lodgers tax promotes tourist-related events, which you've all talked about, events that are planned for, promoted to, and attended by tourists. Lodgers tax provides tourist-related facilities and attractions. That's defined as facilities and attractions that are intended to be used by or visited by tourists. So I just wanted to clarify that is in our municipal code book.
yeah, that was a surprise to me in the last meeting, kind of crushing to me. So if we can have Lucas back to see if he had any clarification on that. I mean, and you read it off of our ordinance, it sounds correct to me. So I mean, for this, I wouldn't have any issues if this wasn't exactly what we wanted the infrastructure portion of lodgers tax to be, is for tourism infrastructure. You've spelled out the costs. I'd like to be able to prove that, but we're probably gonna still need clarification from finance director, because I believe that was the opposition, but we were unable to get a
That's
meeting
what I
with them
heard
as to why.
too.
Yeah.
And this was enacted in April of 2018. It's on the city website. I believe it's chapter 13 of the Lodgers Tax Act.
Does it have the word infrastructure related, like,
All it said was what I read to you, tourist-related facilities and attractions. It doesn't say infrastructure. The next paragraph is tourist-related transportation systems, systems that provide transportation for tourists to and from tourist-related facilities. And it says this was passed in April 18th, 2018, ordinance number 18-02.
So we're saying what facilities can't be a
Facilities,
bench
no,
or can't be.
facilities can be, because, I
Yeah.
mean, that's the way communities have used, have built, convention facilities.
Yeah.
Convention centers with that allowance.
So is a street facility, sidewalks, or, I mean, that should be, I mean, just because you didn't say the word infrastructure,
Yeah,
it should
it's
be
not
part of the.
specific.
It said facilities used by or used by tourists.
Yeah.
And the
Seems
furniture
to be
would be
main goal.
located where?
Everywhere from East Lincoln, which is in front of the depot, Douglas Avenue, we need a few more there. 12th Street, there's no trash can, for instance, on the corner of 12th and National. And we need a few more benches and trash cans in the Plaza Park. And I noted that the vendor is Keystone, who was the vendor and all the current benches and trash cans that exist now. And the state had recommended that we go with a green color instead of the red. 2 of the red benches faded badly in the sun, and Keystone replaced them. And they've now discontinued the red, so we thought we could go with the green, but that's up to you all. And my map is just a guide of where I think they should go.
Who's been putting benches on the Riverwalk, Lucas?
The Riverwalk Committee,
Yeah, the
Guyanus Watershed.
watershed, yeah.
And those are black benches.
They're like greenish, I guess.
And we had
So
done
some of them are
some,
black because
we
I
had
do
done
that
some
walk.
things for
They are black and green.
Riverwalk as well in the past, we've heard Lodgers Tax.
Those exercise equipment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the trash cans on the Riverwalk are compatible to the ones downtown. They're very easy for city staff to lift up the lid, and then you just pull out the trash bag. So these are the same ones. They're
Yeah, and so-
graffiti-proof. They're sturdy. The ones that exist now have been there for over 10 years.
And that's the only question, it's purchased and then I guess city coordinates, is then city property and city keeps track of it?
After Miss Cindy Collins gets it all situated, then it'll probably be turned over to us to maintain.
Okay.
And to install.
Yeah.
And to receive, they won't come to my house. But
You'll have nice benches.
But the installation's important because they're permanent. They're bolted to the concrete. And there are details that I've learned through Main Street. You have to have the armrests on the side. If you don't, skateboarders use them as ramps, and then they dent them and bang them up. So there's all sorts of,
So, Lucas, when you were at, we were just talking about the last meeting. Okay, I mean, for us, we're kind of cliche, you just read the ordinance. And the ordinance seems to indicate that we could use larger tax dollars for infrastructure. But, beyond this, you'll have to go back, we were trying to set up that meeting, but we were doing quite a, get it done, but going back to finance director to see what, whether that's gonna be clear or not, and then maybe ask about statute, because our city statute is indicating that we can do something like this.
I've always thought that we could. Finance director is adamant that we cannot do that, but,
Resolution and the final ruling, if somebody rules.
yeah, I wouldn't be able to step over finance director on that, but as far as I know, like, for instance.
Technically, we'll be advising
Yeah.
the opposite, so that's the difficult position we're in.
Yeah, for instance, I wanted to see if I could come forward to Lodgers Tax to ask you guys to assist us with the refurbishing of the bricks around the gazebo at the plaza, and I was denied that chance to move forward because of infrastructure. So
and that again is a tourist-related facility.
Yeah.
So it is definitely.
That's why I was
within-
surprised,
so I have been told by the finance director that he wouldn't allow that.
And we've tried, I know Scott has tried to schedule a meeting with Morris, and we just haven't had that. Been able to coordinate that, or.
I mean, I could try to see if one will come in here and talk with us, either him or Dominic, if you like. I could try to bring that up, and we could table this for a little bit if you like.
So what we could do is we could make a decision, for it, and if it stops at it's kind of like, hey, we couldn't come up with a contractor, that stops there, then it stops there, and then we could readdress it.
Okay.
But at least council and everyone will know what we're trying to advise, what we're trying to do, and then maybe they could be advised at that level that, hey, this is what's stopping it, and so at that point, finance director can jump in and say, this is why we can't do it. But we'll have an understanding as well.
And at the end of the day, if it can't happen, then we just put in a line item in budget for infrastructure.
So we know how much would be spent that year.
I have a question. Because this is going on city property, public property, planning and zoning has been notified?
No, because we don't have approval yet.
Okay, but it will have to go through them, right?
Yes, definitely, especially if it's gonna go in a historical district, we'll have to go through the DRB committee.
Second, well, actually, it should be the first. This is what you have identified where they should go?
Mhm.
Has the public been asked?
No, I say because there's one business owner on Bridge Street that brought it up that she was gonna buy a trash can, and I said, no, we need to buy trash cans for the whole
Well,
district.
because it's public property, the public should have a say-so.
Okay,
You should ask the public, these are the locations. If they give it a 30-day, whatever it is, but the public should have a say-so as to where those benches should go on those corridors. Second would be your planning and zoning, if they meet those qualifications. That's my opinion, or my,
Did the Main Street Board have any input?
they wanted to ask for more. They wanted to ask to repaint the sign that says, "Welcome to Historic Railroad District," that we had painted on the side of a building on East Lincoln and Grand. And that was their input. They loved this application, they wanted to do more.
Did they have any input on the location of the requested?
I shared this with them, and they didn't have any changes to my suggestions.
well, I just want the public's buy-in. It's not like, oh, well, this is where I want it to go. No, it's public property, taxpayers' property. They should have a say on something like this.
So I'm just help me out here if looks for that. So when it goes to planning and zoning, on some of these things, like again, what determines whether something needs to go out to the public or not? Where you're calling the neighbors.
That is a public process.
Mm-hmm.
So design review board is a public process. And
P&Z.
Is that
No, it doesn't go to P&Z.
Oh, it does not.
at that time can people approach and have recommendations?
Yeah.
So would that be the time when I take it to Design Review Board to get
Yeah, you'll need
To get input?
input?
Yeah.
Especially if you're in a historic district like Plaza
Bridge Street and the Railroad District, it seems like, I don't know if Douglas Sixth is in historic district, but,
It is.
so,
And the letter that I've included from Historic Preservation Department implies that. They were approving the street furniture design for the 3 districts of Las Vegas.
they're approving the design, and then the design review board approves the location.
Okay.
So there's a public process there for that.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
You can second also.
All right.
Can we go ahead and add the total in the motion?
28,461.90.
The chair can't second. I thought I could. No?
I don't know who second.
It was Elmer.
Did you want to add the other one of reporting back? Or does that matter on this one? Because
I'll do a second, let me amend my second, if you'll amend your motion.
I will. We'll include it there. It'll be approve the motion to 28,461 for the furniture, or what is it called, furniture?
Street furniture.
Street furniture. And also the process of coming back within 30 days to give us some updated information on its success, I guess.
And then I need to go to the DRB.
DRB.
Should that be in the?
After the installation of
That's
the
up to you
furniture.
guys.
Okay.
And a second by Mr. Martinez? By Mr. Almer Martinez?
I'll second that motion with amendment.
Okay. So I got a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Mr. Almer Martinez. Mrs. Helen Strader? Mr. Almer Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Good job, Cindy.
Thank you all very much.
Cindy, let me know when you're gonna go and we'll get together with the DRB process.
When should I set up that meeting?
Yeah, whenever you want to call Scott, we'll set up sometime.
Because this will be the case, I think the council will be the ultimate decider at the end. If that happens, then some of the other stuff you're presenting before, just let us know.
You know what I'll do is I'll make sure I get with the finance director and let him know what's going on, and then I'll report back to the board individually, or call you guys all at the same time, whatever you like, and let you guys know what Mr. Madrid has to say about the approval, and then I'll see what you guys want to do from there.
Mr. Chair,
And I know it's like, trust me, but some of these things that we're making improvements, it's long-standing, I mean, it's long-term promotion of our town. And beautifying the tourism areas and spots, I mean, this should be an easy thing. And if we need to clear it up, if there's something ambiguous, or if we're pointing to state law that we're breaking, fine, let's bring that up. But if it's something that's ambiguous we need to clear up, then maybe it's a recommendation to adjust our ordinance to do so.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I would recommend that they get an opinion from the attorney, municipal league or whoever, to get that cleared up. Because we're gonna clog up the system after a while. So I would imagine that that's a simple fix, you know. It's just a clarification on the lodger's tax state law.
I could do that. You could do
I think
that.
that's all it takes. You know, I know that Morris is taking care of our Ps and Qs, but sometimes our Qs might be upside down.
Understood. I could do that, sir. I'll get some information and I'll report back to the board.
All right, so was that do we have one more?
We have one more.
Okay.
It's Tarajama World Dance Music Festival. Did I say that right? Okay.
Yeah. So I also have some handouts. I don't know the order of events here. Let me go ahead and give you some handouts.
You said you were shopping. It's okay.
Do you want to see these also?
Sure, yeah, of
Okay,
course.
so I'm just gonna, can you hear me if I speak this loudly? Is that okay?
No, I'd like,
I really need to be there because it's going to be recorded? Okay. Well, anyway,
I'll
these are
pass
all,
them out for you.
these are all flyers that I've made in the past.
I'll pass them out for you. That way you can go ahead and explain it.
All right, great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I apologize, I forgot about the oath, so we're gonna do this. Do you solemnly swear that all the testimony you're about to give in the matter now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That is true.
All right.
All right, so my name is Meg York, and I grew up in Los Lunas, and I went to UNM and have a fine arts degree. And then I moved away to Colorado for about 25 years, and I relocated back in New Mexico here about 2 years ago. So I've always produced events. I've always produced world music events, and it's a passion of mine. In a nutshell, I have fallen in love with the Old Town Mission Community Center. It's over there, 301 Socorro. It's a refurbished mission-style church that's owned by the Presbyterian Church. So it's owned by the church. It's across from the post office. And I'm on two committees. I'm not a member of the Presbyterian Church, but I'm on two of their committees. I'm on the Joint Operating Team Committee, which makes sure that there's a United World College presence, a community presence, and a church, Presbyterian Church presence that runs the building. And I'm also on the Building and Grounds Committee for the facility. These flyers that you're seeing now are for all the events that I've done here in Las Vegas since I moved. Actually, not all of them. I've done 10 events, including a memorial service for a dear friend of mine, Danny Lara, who was a young man that passed away. I have lots of colleagues at, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, that's why my voice is shaking a little, but if you give me a clarinet, I could just play for you and it would be all good. But anyway, my bandmate is Mr. Wade Knight. He's the guy that's teaching mariachi this year at Highlands. I have, my cellist is Chris Rogers, who teaches at UWC. I've done workshops at UWC. I've done many workshops at this facility. And I am also in the, I'm helping promote the community band that Will Court is directing on Thursday nights. So I have a lot of connections just by being a friendly volunteer musician in the scene. So I would like to reinstate my annual World Music Festival that I had in Colorado for 20 years. I had, this is the perfect venue for it. What's interesting about what I would like to do is it's a dance event that's inside on a beautiful wood floor. So if you look at this flyer in particular, which I'm modeling after the Desert Corral flyer, so it has a pretty picture on one side, and then on the other side it'll have our entire season. So I'm bringing to the forefront of everybody's imagination that we have this beautiful wood floor. So my events in this facility are always all ages, multi-generational. Actually, Eddie is one of my students. I've been coaching him on some marketing, and I was really proud of him today. And there's some other young men that I've been working with, and young ladies too, but mostly young men. If you look at this one, you can see that one of my vocalists is Darian Williams, legendary. He's a local spoken word artist. And I've also had, the faculty at Highlands, I've paid them to play with me. So in a nutshell, I propose to create a 2-day event where I do classes during the day that are free, that are all ages, and then paid concerts in the evening. And I'm very familiar with underwriting on radio. I've done that a lot. I used to play at KGNU, the Boulder Community Radio, once a quarter. So I'm very familiar with radio. I do all my own promotion, so I don't even have to hire somebody to do this. And I also get all of my flyers printed at Northgate. I don't farm it out to Vistaprint or something. So the evening concerts are going to include some musicians coming down from Denver that have a following. And I also play out. So I actually contacted somebody, but I didn't quite follow through. I just played at the Santa Fe Trad Fest. There was 1,200 people there that are probably looking for something to do for fall fiestas. I wish I had a stack of flyers and I could have easily flyered and, announced at the concerts there. So I'm happy to cross-pollinate when I play out. I'm also a featured workshop presenter and performer at the Albuquerque Folk Festival coming up at the end of September. I'm playing 2 gigs in Denver in September where I could promote this. So I'm not very organized in my thoughts, but I'm a very good event promoter and musician and clinician and band leader. So I'll just hush and let you ask me some questions. Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, what is your fee for these events?
The workshops are free and the concerts are $20.
Okay, do you know what the average income for the city and the county of Las Vegas is? It's listed, or used to be listed in our webpage, but it's maybe up to $27,000 for a family of 5. So if a family would like to participate, $20 is very high.
Okay.
And second, the other thing I wanted to ask, what's the capacity of the facility? Because I've been to the facility. I just want to know if you know what the capacity is.
Well, I have had 100 people in that building.
So
this is a small event.
What's the fire marshal's capacity? Is 100? Because I know I've had events there too. I've been to events there too. You're really limited and your parking is limited up there. I love the place myself. It's in my neighborhood.
Right.
But you've got some limitations there, but my biggest concern is your fee.
Oh, well,
because then the people that live here,
can't afford
majority of them would not participate because they can't afford it.
If you see on my flyers, there's a phrase that says, or pay what you can afford.
No, I didn't, but.
Yeah, so that's why I put that on there.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
just.
And the workshops are free.
There's 2 things that really went to my head.
Okay.
Because I used to do events, and I was very aware of what the average income for the community is. So that was, and again, I know the facility that you're talking about. I've been there many times, but it's just very small.
So your ask is 2,500,
Yeah, just to help with the publicity.
the publicity,
I
so
mean, it would be nice if we could help with paying the bands. I didn't know that was a thing, but, you know,
Yeah, it's a thing.
yeah.
But so the radio, so that would encompass the radio advertising Albuquerque, radio advertising Santa Fe, the Santa Fe newspaper ad. So that's about 1,500. Is there about 1,000 in anything else as far as the ad buys or so?
Let me see, I don't have it, I can't quite read this. Maybe I can read it up here. Well, there's social media for $400 for 20 hours. You know, and there's, I could run an ad in the Santa Fe newspaper and I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, just
Specifically, have I done
on
wrong?
the request for the 2,500. I know
Yeah.
you've put on your full budget here, which is for the event,
Right.
which is 7,750, and then the 2,500 you're requesting to help you with the marketing portion of it, right?
That's because I was under the impression that it only helped with marketing, you know, so I was.
Yeah, that's what Lodgers Tax does for the marketing portion.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting into some gray areas as far as what promotion means, but yeah, I mean, you know, the meat of it has always been traditional marketing and, you know, with ad buys and so on to advertise your event. But I guess we're getting creative on what that could be.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, well, I've already produced all of these events that you have flyers for
Mhm.
out of my own pocket. I kind of can't do it anymore because I do pay my musicians and I do pay rent to the facility. And now because
Like
I-
brochures and stuff that would go out of town, so like we were mentioning for the previous, like any flyers within town, you know, within that, it's not our target area.
Right, of course.
It could come from other budgets or other market, but for Lodgers Tax.
Yeah.
It was any promotion from outside of the town. And so, like even say radio stations, as long as the radio station reached out to outer markets, it could be a local radio station that went to outer markets. That was the only criteria on some of those. But basically, helping you promote outside of the town is what Lodgers Tax could help with for it on promotion.
So what I'm asking for is to pay for a whole bunch of these so
That
that I
could go
can,
out. Yeah.
that are going to follow me personally to these events in Denver and Evergreen, Colorado, and Albuquerque Folk Festival.
I'm
And they
not
could have
good.
gone with me to the
Yeah.
Santa Fe Trad Festival if I had my act together, but I didn't.
Okay.
So that's what I'm specifically asking for, is the radio and the creation and publicizing of these, plus printing them at Northgate, giving a local printer a place.
So are you gonna do any local advertisement with the paper or the radio stations here?
Yes, ma'am.
The locals
But I
know?
didn't include that in this because it's local. I mean, I'm, you know, I usually go and hang out with the Ledgers.
Well, no, I wanted to know, it's not listed. You have out-of-town advertisement, but you didn't put in-town advertisement.
I'm a member of the First United, what are they, Business Alliance? First, what are they? Las Vegas First Business Alliance. So I basically go up on Wednesdays and chat for free during that hour. I've done that, I don't know, 15 times. Not lately. To be honest, not since John Goodwin passed. I haven't been up there. But I'm dear friends with the Ledgers, of course, because we play in the same bands, right? So, yeah, but I can see that this isn't something that is really a good fit for this city. So that's okay.
Well, a lot of people just misunderstand this page. So you list out your event, doesn't necessarily mean Lodgers Tax is helping you with that. They're just listing all your expenses. So whenever they list it out here, it doesn't mean Lodgers Tax covers all of this. We
No.
cover our
Right.
portion. I just want to, yeah.
So the ask is not the whole amount. It's
Right,
that
it's the
5,500.
2,500. All I was clarifying is, okay, this is the marketing portion that we're helping out with. Good.
Regina brought up a good question in terms of capacity. What is the capacity?
It's 100 people.
100 people.
So maybe I shouldn't call it a festival. Maybe I should call it like a concert, because it is kind of a boutique event. You know, I mean, it's not, yeah, because I'm a classical musician, so I don't like.
Capacity, does it ever get to capacity?
Yes, actually, the first 4 events of mine were at capacity. And then it tapered off after that because I didn't text everybody.
Maybe Lucas or yourself can, or Chuck can answer your question. Music from Angel Fire, what happened with them?
That stopped about, it's been a couple of years. It's been years since we've had it.
We haven't had music from Angel Fire, so this is a good replacement for, and you were
Yes.
familiar with music from Angel Fire, right?
Well, it could be fun, but I'm not, I'm not really sure
No, but-
that it'll fit because
No,
I
no.
play world music,
All I'm saying is, that was a music event for
Similar
that,
to hers.
for that population
Right.
and that used to occur in the community and it's
Yes.
not occurring any longer.
Right.
Right.
The venue,
Yeah,
as
what
you
can
grow
you-
it,
the
as you
date
grow your
is-
venue,
Yeah.
you may need to start looking for a different space.
And I love
I know you love that space.
Yeah, I love that venue so much, and people can dance in there. If you can advise me, because I don't want to play in a bar, because I
No.
desperately need it to be
Well, that would be
multi-generational.
even smaller.
I know, right? So where can I go? Because,
Georgina brought up some good issues in terms of parking and in terms of capacity at that location as you grow it. Because the intent is to grow your event.
that's true, yeah.
That's true, so.
Are these questions I could address when she applies for the event permit or the permitting?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd be happy to meet with you afterwards, and we can discuss the possibilities for future events.
Say something?
Yeah.
I just want to tell you that I am thrilled that you're here.
Oh, thank you, I don't get that very often.
And I'm just delighted that you're bringing this element into our community. I think that it's definitely needed, and I think it will be well accepted. And also, I just wanted to mention that Georgina talks about the fact that the prices seem kind of high. And I don't go to these events, but I know that the Buffalo has lots of, or at least I see it, that they have lots of entertainment. And that's not inexpensive. I mean, they may not have a cover, but they have to buy the booze. And so I don't think $20 is too much.
I also include treats. I bring in baklava and
They do charge a
Turkish
cover?
I think
cookies.
we've clarified it, right? I mean, you're literally putting in your letters, it's $20 or what you can afford.
That's
So I
correct,
think
sir.
you've covered your bases on that.
I try, because this has been.
The cost
I've-
level, yeah.
Because I've gone in the
Right.
hole, since I've moved here, I've probably spent about $8,000 of my own money on these events, because
you're just trying to-
I'm paying it forward to prove that it's a thing I can do. I'm also starting a new nonprofit, because I've tried to partner with some of the other nonprofits, and they don't have the capacity to deal with me. Since John Goodwin passed away, there's some nonprofits that were going to help me that are just like, we're in transition. And we're called, just so you know, the Sanctuary Arts Alliance. It's brand stinking clean. We haven't even, we haven't even incorporated, but we're incorporating in like 2 weeks, and we're very excited to bring all of these different kinds of things to our town here, because we all live here.
That's good.
The fact that we don't have music from Angel Fire anymore, you've got a good replacement, and it's locally grown, so I think.
What about Ilfeld?
We could meet and we could discover new venues.
Well, Ilfeld is great, and I would really love to have a ballroom, a ballroom, because this is dance music. People dance to these are dance
What's
events.
next to the Plaza Hotel? That's a ballroom, isn't it?
Yes, but it's
He's
like
looking for a wood
$1,200
floor.
to rent it, yeah.
But
And
the
the
surf
rental.
has a wood floor, don't they?
I have not tried the surf because it's a bar.
So
Not
right next to the surf,
Yeah.
right next to Dick's is the, it's not necessarily, if you don't want the bar section, it doesn't have to be on, but there's a whole,
And they have wood floors, but
Wood for a
then it's
brawl
gonna
there.
be the pricing.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's $200 to rent this place, and that's actually, I'm giving them a little extra. It's $20 an hour, because I'm on those
I think
committees.
Mr. Grego can work with you.
Yes.
I think so.
Definitely.
If you
I
would
think
give me
for
some
now and
advice,
then,
that'd be
If
great.
it grows, you can explore other horizons, but for our purposes, what you put forth, you covered, you listed what we're helping you with marketing. The rest of the departments could help you as far as fire and permitting and so on. Chuck can take that angle
That's
and.
great. And if you guys have
Lieutenant.
any flyers for anything that's here as a city event, please give me a stack of it, because I am a touring musician. I tour all over the Southwest, and I am delighted to promote, like, in person, face, like, I live in Las Vegas, New Mexico, I'm proud to live there, I'm from New Mexico, come check this out. Yeah, anyway, just wanted to say that.
Mr. Chair, what's the dollar ask?
2,500.
25?
Yeah, that's just for the,
Cover out of that list, just the marketing, promotion.
I move to approve.
okay,
Report back.
that'd be great.
And report back in 30 days.
I will.
I'm gonna have to get used
30
to
days after the event, correct? Yeah?
Got a second?
It was 2,500?
I second it.
So we got a second, okay, so we got a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Mr. Gina Ortega Angel. Mrs. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Alvin Martinez? Mr. Matt Martinez? Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Good luck with your event.
All right,
Come and see
thanks.
Chuck, please.
Yeah.
So you'll know next time, promotional could be your bands.
Well, yeah, had I known that, I would have restructured this. If you see the date stamp on this, you'll see it's like 10 minutes before deadline. I was like,
All right.
We'll blame it on Scott.
My dream is
No,
down
we
Metallica
came out
next
10
year.
minutes before deadline.
He put a deadline on it.
so this is just a draft, it's not ready to go out.
Wait, actually, your wife was doing some, she wanted some, I'll be right, Denver Highlands.
Can I keep this?
Well, it's a draft.
So.
Do you care if I?
No, you have Lenny.
Ma'am. Sliding scale.
She's gonna keep hers, so you can keep her.
No, I'll wait for yours to get approved.
Okay, yeah. You wanna hold
Well,
on to it?
I wanted it because I thought I would contact you.
Oh, please do, yeah.
And I'd like to see what I could do to help. I'm from Denver too.
Oh, you are?
Are you familiar with Stories on Stage?
I am not. I have a very limited thing that I do.
What they used to do is bring in semi-professional people to do stories. And they served cookies and milk.
3:30.
Sounds
And
fabulous.
people contribute, people volunteered to bring it.
Well, and this Sanctuary Arts Alliance, we have folks that are excited to bring in singer-songwriters, from the, Western traditions.
Take a break.
I'm excited to bring in people like Lone Pignon, who's an internationally known Norteño artist.
It's up to you guys.
I don't know who that is.
I mean, yeah, so
I'm glad you came to, how long have you been here?
just about 18
So, yeah, 3-on-3 hoops tour. If we can bring up the application and we'll go ahead and discuss it real quick. So the city of Las Vegas, we're trying to put together more events since it seems like the fall and the winter come around and the city of Las Vegas kind of dies out when it comes to events. I know we do have our typical ones, our Boo Fest and our Turkey Trot, our Christmas events are there. But right before that, we have a little bit of a dead series. And granted, it's after the fiestas, the whole city is kind of tired, but we're looking to see if we can add a couple more events, and we're looking at a 3-on-3 basketball tournament. I know that the location here is saying Bridge Street, but we're also thinking of maybe possibly changing that from Bridge Street over to Douglas Avenue, so that we could go ahead and bring more events to a different part of town. We don't have an estimated start date for these tournaments. We were trying to get it here for the fall fiestas, but that didn't come to fruition. It was such a hard try for the fiestas to get complete. So we wound up wanting to put an application in anyways, because we do have a tentative date in October. We just haven't really set the exact date to do it. This tournament would be a 2-day tournament, which means teams would have to stay overnight so they could play in the championship rounds. And being to a few tournaments that I've seen in the past, particularly a couple in Santa Rosa, these are very successful and very popular events. So we're hoping that we could try to get a little bit of money to market ours. We already have all the basketball nets and all the basketball material. We just need to see if we can get a little bit of marketing assistance in getting this event.
25,000?
2,500, I'm sorry.
Okay,
It was a typo. I apologize to you guys.
all right, that makes that easier.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That wasn't, yeah. Sorry, I did have the staff working on it, and it was a long day for them that day as well, so
Okay.
Chuck's hand must have slipped.
They have 2 typos. Second to last page, they got 25,000 again.
Yeah, that's totally not right. It's 2,500 that we're looking for. And it's 2,500 into the record.
Okay. All right, so when we actually have a date, then we'll have, out of that 2,500, you'll figure out radio, TV.
Yes, because we want to invite that public from Santa Rosa, from Albuquerque, and at that point in time we'll have all the Highland students here, which would make for a good event. I think it'll bring out a lot of people. These events are pretty popular with the youth, 16 and up. I mean, there could be different tournaments that we could have at different sections. I mean, there could be from 5 to 10-year-olds and all the way on up. You know what I mean? So.
And as they scale, look, I mean, it's kind of like the Little League and so on.
Yeah.
They scale and get bigger and bigger, they are bringing a draw from outside of town to even stay. So so for the 2,500 clarification, this should be easy. Any questions from anyone?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
we did this with the chamber before. We had it at Safeway parking lot.
And it was a very popular event. I remember a lot of kids being there and a lot of people being there.
I think the hardest thing was trying to find the basketball goals, from what I can remember.
Well, we're lucky now, speaking with the recreation department, we already have 10 sets of goals already set. So, I mean, we can have, 5 games going on at one time, which would move along the tournament very, very swiftly. Yeah, so, but we do want to try to spread it out to be a 2-day event, which helps us keep people here in the community to eat at our local restaurants and sleep in our local motels.
Just to make sure I don't know if the rec center could be the backup plan, because it is October, so just.
Yeah. And I have spoken with the director out there, Mr. Arturo Padilla, and of course they're going to be involved with it because it is a recreational event. If we can't have it on Douglas, we definitely will go ahead and move it over to the recreation department.
Okay.
That would happen this October, 24?
Yes, we want to make sure that happens this
So you will look at the calendar to see what activities Highlands has, Luna has, the schools have, so there's no conflicting or competing for space and, event itself.
You're 100% correct, yes, ma'am. We could do that, yeah, we could
Because it
definitely.
does, I mean, you're gonna be hitting from 16 to 70 maybe, or 75, whoever's interested. I mean, basketball players are fanatics.
Probably from 5 years old.
Age. So in the Bay Area, they would have night from like 11 o'clock to like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
They would have these recreations open for people to play basketball, and they'd have teams. But, you know, that's a much bigger area and people, so they were able to put, you know, they didn't have enough space during the daytime, so they had to move it to the evening for these guys to get off work. They'd go play hoop, go home and rest, and go back at it again. So, you know, just make sure your scheduling dates are clear, so you're not competing.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the input. Thank you, ma'am.
And more than likely, because we did sports and radio for everything, basketball hasn't started in October yet, so which is good. It starts maybe November.
Yeah.
And the weekends, it doesn't matter which one you get, there's gonna be a football game from somebody, you know, so you'll have to schedule anyway something, because there's no way to get away from like a Friday, Saturday. That's probably the days you guys have to do it. I don't know if it's Saturday, Sunday, you know, but I think we did what was ours, Elmer? Was it a Friday, Saturday? I think it was a Friday, Saturday.
We would probably stick with the Friday, Saturday, because, yeah, I know there's a lot of football fanatics in this town as well, so we don't want to take away from their Sunday football, but, I mean, we definitely want to make sure it's a 2-day tournament to kind of try to keep people here in the community, yes.
So when Highlands has an out-of-town tournament,
That might-
that's when you have it.
Yeah,
Because those people are gonna be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Staffing, just for staffing for it, who's gonna be coordinating it?
So we could definitely get with, I've already spoken with our tutor, our recreational department, and they can go ahead and assist us with that, and we'll assist as well. We have some manpower that we can use as well. I've even spoken to the police chief, I've spoken to the fire chief, so, you know, it looks like we could have some people that'll be there to help us with this event.
So then, would that mean it would cut into where we're paying them overtime? Is that what you mean by staffing, or would it be during their regular work time?
It depends on how we're gonna set that up, but if it does run into overtime, then yes, the lodger's tax is set up to pay the overtime for these officers. If they're there to work, And, you know, we don't wanna just leave it just as small as just a basketball tournament. We wanna see if we could get some vendors on that street and stuff like that, just to make it a little bit more appeasing to the public.
Move to
All right.
approve.
Second?
But with the changes that you have, you make corrections on this application.
Okay, I'm
Oh, you
25,
clarify them out, you clarify them out.
of 2,500 and reporting after 30 days.
And location. They got
And
location.
probably location will be, hopefully Safeway.
He's got it.
Bridge Street's gonna be hard to play basketball on a slope.
Yeah, it was a kind of, it's kind of a slopey street, so we thought about it afterwards, I'll be honest with you, after we made the application, we said that wasn't such a good idea to put Bridge Street, but it was already in the process, I didn't want to change everything up, so I figured I'd explain myself to you guys over here.
Okay, well, I second it with those changes.
Okay. So we got a motion from Mr. Matt Martinez and a second from Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel. Mrs. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Elmer Martinez? Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Next one up is the billboards, and I'll go ahead and let Chuck represent this.
So since John Goodwin passed away, we took back the billboards. We've been in communication with the people from Lamar, and so this amount would be to renew the billboards. I believe there's 4 of them. 3 of them? 4 of them? I'm not sure. So
Yeah,
I'm still learning about the billboards. Apparently, we have some through Lamar, and then there's some other through Sun Vista, I believe.
That was gonna be my question, is that, there was, as far as what they had applied for, it was a combination of Lamar and the other group. Is this,
Lamar, and I've been talking with the people from Sun Vista, and we're gonna schedule a meeting to find out where we're at with those and the locations. Apparently, we have some other possibilities of acquiring other billboards through Sun Vista that are in the vicinity, as well as Lamar, but we're still exploring our options. But these would be just to renew our what we currently have.
And you currently have, so no changes to the.
Correct.
imagery?
Well, and then with this, we have, I believe we can change two vinyls. We can change the vinyls 2 times within the 6-month period. And if anything after that, I believe there's a cost.
We can change some vinyls during this year?
Right. Yes.
Mr. Chair, and now Mr. Martinez, this will be the one time that the city of Las Vegas will have full say of what goes on those billboards as far as the vinyls and,
You'll coordinate with Sunny 505?
Yeah.
In terms of design and like that?
I've been meeting with them.
yes, we'll coordinate with them and we'll go ahead and put what's gonna fit our community at that time. I mean, we might go ahead and advertise our winter events and then come springtime, switch over to our summer events. It depends on whatever the city and the governing body wants us to do.
Okay. So as long as the other, as far as the other billboards, I think some of the concerns in the past maybe for council maybe have been the billboards off of I-25 or so on, or the need, but these are I-25 corridor, is it 2 or 4? What, do we know the count?
I think it's three. I think it's two.
It's 2 on the south end.
Okay.
And there's one on the north, the one by Story Lake.
No.
No?
Story Lake is a private one. That
Yeah.
we were gonna-
That's the one I got a bit away
So
with.
it's further by Raton.
That's the one over here by this Raton, yeah.
When you come off
Okay, so as long as we're addressing Lamar,
Right.
I-25.
Right.
Yeah.
That seems to be the biggest.
Yeah, these are
yeah.
definitely at Lamar's.
And then we can flip. We have 2 vinyl choices on all 3, or 2 vinyl choices total?
All 3,
All 3?
all 3.
Can we get, just, our next meeting, just let us know where the location's at?
Yes, and I'll bring you the schedule too. There's they're sending me a schedule of how often we can replace them.
And you're gonna have some proposals for other locations or
Yes.
not?
Yes, because
Mr.
we
Malone?
did speak, and they were gonna bring me a list of other billboards that are gonna be coming up.
What we're looking at, Mr. Chair, Mr. Martinez, is the billboards in Albuquerque that rotate. We're trying to look and see if we can get some advertisement up there on that billboard and be posted on those billboards. We're also looking to see if we could spread out to the airport, and have ourselves over there as well.
'Cause one of the, like, at one point in time, but it's, I mean, for me personally, it hit me pretty good, is that the escalator one where you see the image there, and I saw a Las Vegas one there, and I was like, wow, but the sheer amount of people going up and down those escalators for the Albuquerque market,
That's exactly
just
why.
want to make them think,
Yeah.
hey, I didn't know this was, and having that image clear that there's a Las Vegas in New Mexico. I need to go see. So that's a good, especially during Bloom Fiesta. That's kind of a big.
That's exactly the conversation me and Chuck had in regards to those, to that advertisement at the airport.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we have 3 billboards, 2 on I-25 north, 1 south. My recommendation is do 1 north, 1 south, and 1 somewhere else, maybe I-40.
Don't we have some on I-40?
That's
There is some on I-40, but they're the different ones, right?
From Texas, coming into New Mexico, I saw the New Mexico,
Yeah.
I saw that one there.
Yeah,
We
we're
do,
gonna-
we do,
we're
but
gonna be talking.
that one's not Lamar, that one's the Sun Vista one, so. But yeah, no, and we are targeting that one as well. But you're 100% correct, Mr. Martinez, but we're trying to shoot for those ones in Albuquerque that rotate, because they're really popular right now, so that's the ones we're trying to get ourselves
The one
into.
on Comanche and I-25, right there where the construction is right now.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Yep,
Because
see,
once you get into that, already you've committed to go north, Santa Fe, et cetera. That's the best one. And that's a busy one. I know I-40 does too. There's a bunch of them, but that one on Comanche and I-25, that's the one.
okay.
That
we
one's
could-
always full. You can tell which ones, if they're
Make
not
sure you
advertising
write that down.
themselves, but that's Clear Channel, not Lamar.
And that could be one of the ones, if we separate it out, okay, like, these are closer to us. And, people have different opinions on it. I've heard from them, like, well, these billboards are so close to us, how would it help? Some of it is, I mean, maybe you make a flash decision, but hopefully you're burning it into their brain, so it's tougher. But you can fight it, and that's always gonna be a tough thing about billboards, is how impactful it could be in this side of a QR code or having a phrase, trying to figure out how effective they are. But the one that we're talking about for Albuquerque, at least we're putting it in the presence of an urban area and so on, or traffic area from the airport. We know it's there, so I think there's some rationale for having one.
And the electronic ones, Mr. Chair, you could change them every little while. You know, every month you could put one for Fiestas, one for Motorcycle Rally, one for the Electric Light Parade, one for the house tour. It's just a continuous, you can change them and they're pretty fast. You just, you know, especially if we have somebody designing the design, just take care of it. So I recommend seriously that we go to electronic, at least one or two in Albuquerque. And maybe, you know, cut one of the north ones and use some of those dollars for that, because you'll see the impact. What it is, it's people that know about Las Vegas that just have to be reminded about the event. That's what it's all about. And I'll tell you, it's pretty effective, you know, I mean, Sandia Casino probably has 2 or 3 on that one right there. And I haven't heard that they're not having the events, you know, full. They're always full. So I recommend, you know, Clear Channel when it comes to that kind, because you can move more than having 2 finals a year. I hope to take advantage of that, but more than likely change it for every event that we have.
I know for years ago for Motorcycle Rally, we would buy the changing billboards, and we had certain locations in Albuquerque. And we did get really, really good response from the billboards, and people would say they came here because of
The billboard. Okay.
maybe we can, you know, we'll look at the funding, what we have, and then look at what reporting you get back in terms of finding both the rotating boards and some other locations around the state.
Maybe that's something we could talk, because we did talk with Pamela, was her name, am I correct? And she's the one that was the saleswoman that came to talk to us for Lamar. And we did talk about those signs, so that's a good, I mean, that's what we're looking at, is trying to get to those more modern rotating and electrical signs. And that's what we're looking at, because they're the popular ones. We don't want to make our billboards too busy as far as like reading wise, because you're not going to catch the whole words, and just a couple of words that we can stick in people's heads would.
It's a picture
But you
sometimes.
tie them into the events that you're starting to build.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of events,
We do.
you tie in those rotating billboards to those events.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it'd probably save us some money by gathering all these together and having one big contract for all of these, right?
Yeah, that might, yeah.
Okay.
So by approving the 28,000, that would be 3 billboards that already exist.
3 billboards that already exist on I-25 with 2 vinyl changes.
What was the,
I would take up the vinyl changes because I know those are pricey on their own for it, so if they're offering it, let's make sure we swap
We
them
use
out.
them, we use it.
so what was the price last year? Do you guys know?
The same probably.
Was it the same?
It was 16, and I think there was one for 16 and one for, I want to say 8 or something, so it was like 24 around there, so that went up a little bit on us, but,
So they're about $777 each per month.
yeah, they're up there, they're not cheap, but, you know, if it's pulling in people into our community and we're getting heads and beds, then we're doing good, they're doing their jobs.
Yeah, and like I said, for what I know, some of the value we did get is they threw in the two vinyl changes.
Yeah.
That's a good value for the portion.
Move to approve 28,000 for billboards to Lamar and report back to us, I guess, in 30 days. I don't know how you're gonna do that. Okay. I'm just following your recommendation, Mr. Martinez over there in that end.
So we do got a motion?
Yeah.
Do I have a second? Okay, so we got a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Mr. Alma Martinez. Mrs. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Alma Martinez? Yes. Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes, I didn't take this call.
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Motion carries.
Can just get us information for the next meeting, just appreciate it.
I try to get us information on the electronic billboards. That's Clear Channel.
We'll get you guys information on location and those electronic billboards. We had already spoken to them, but we'll get you some more info on it.
I might have a name for somebody. I'll check and get it to you, Scott.
Okay.
I know we've done it once before in the past, not necessarily the city, but somebody else has done it where we put in, I mean, I know for the airport one, I know we've done it in the pre-COVID.
Yeah.
deal, so.
So, next item up, sir, is the Balloon Fiesta.
Okay.
And with the Balloon Fiesta, what we had is you guys had already approved, an amount for the Balloon Fiesta of 30,000. That covered the Globitos, right?
Sponsorship.
Covered the sponsorship, which was 26,000, and then the lodging, which is another 4,000. So now what we're doing is coming back to the board so we can buy some more promotional items. Promotional items aren't cheap, and we're trying to make sure that we can go ahead and have enough. We should have anywhere between 2,500 and 4,000 bags is what we were told, prepared and ready to go. That doesn't include the stuff that we have to have at our tent to pass out to individuals. 2,500 to 4,000 would cover the RVers, the balloonists, everything else, and dignitaries. So we gotta make sure that we're giving good items in these bags. We don't wanna send out one of our bags that with something that's not gonna represent the city of Las Vegas the way we should be represented. So we're coming to the board asking for 30,000 for promotional items that would include bags, backpacks,
10 or 30?
I'm sorry, 10,000, which would include backpacks, bags, and promotional mugs, whatever promotional items would suit us right now. We're looking at collectibles and 2 TVs.
We can use those again next year, right?
Those 2 TVs will stay with us, yeah, they'll stay with us. The stands and the TVs will stay with us. We'll
Where's
use them
the
continuously.
Lodgers Tax Board tent?
The largest tax board, you're gonna be with us in the 20 by 10. We'll have to share a room.
Do you think, Regina, they want us to go, they have to have a tent.
At those prices, we will have to share.
Bring your
I'm just
sleeping
kidding.
bags.
I'm just kidding.
So, but no, it's a great event. Last year, we had over 1 million people at the Balloon Fiesta, and when I tell you that they go crazy for stuff from the city of Las Vegas, they go crazy for the stuff of
Do
city
they
of Las
need my
Vegas.
wheel?
We used a wheel that Mr. Martinez allowed us to use last
Do you
year.
still need it?
They
I'll
lined
get
up,
ready.
line was so far down the way and they were there to spin a wheel for a pencil that said City of Las Vegas. So it was very exciting. So this year we want to make sure we go back there and give them
Give them a Mustang or
Is it-
Corvette.
Is there a way we can provide is that a QR code or
Yes,
someone that can
yes.
scan for a bigger prize?
Well, we have Sunny 505.
They could spin maybe it's a little pen, but then we get something like big.
We put Sunny 505, we put them to get a QR code together. We wanna make sure it's working,
But it
function
didn't work
properly.
last year, right?
Yeah,
It
so this
It
year.
did or didn't?
It didn't.
It worked sometimes, other times it didn't.
But they're
So
gonna fix it.
This year, DITA is working on it, with time. Last year, they got everything ready within a week.
Tell
So
them that,
this
well,
year,
if it
we
doesn't
have
work,
plenty of time.
the whole contract's canceled.
Are we gonna get a discount because it didn't work last year? They didn't deliver the deliverables full?
Well,
Because
it
we
was
paid them
probably
in
last
full.
minute.
That's the problem, is that it was a last minute thing for them.
I still want a discount because it didn't work.
Okay, I'll talk to them about
I
it.
want a discount on
Thi-
that.
this year-
And the QR code, excuse me, but
Sure.
will the QR code and really push on the QR code? Because then that's gonna give us the data of how many people actually went through it.
And that was our
The
intentions.
analytics, I want to see that.
That was our intentions. Our intentions were to try to find out how many people visited our tent last year. But the
Because that
QR
gives
code,
you where they're coming from and the person.
yes,
But we
yes.
can also send them stuff, right?
I'm
And
sure we
what-
can.
I think we need to start getting ready to be able to start turning around and
Yeah,
saying,
and at
if you're
that
gonna be
time,
in New Mexico in October, come to Las Vegas for the following boom, boom, boom.
at that time, that's when we are there.
If it needs to be redirected to a site to fill out a form, you can work with 505. It sends you to the Visit Las Vegas website, which driving traffic. So whoever gets the QR code and wants to get the prize, we're directing them directly to our visitors guide, telling them everything about our town. And they fill out their information, and now that we've got their information, and we can set them whatever promotion.
And that was another thing that we tried to streamline, because last year when they would get the QR code, they had to do a little bit of, fumbling around with their phone to put their email, this and that.
Yeah.
This time, she's setting it up to where they scan the QR code, it's gonna have all their information right away to just shoot in there right away, so that they don't have to be standing there waiting and
Right.
and messing with their phones. It's gonna be quick. And there is gonna be in that QR code where we'll go and we'll ask, for like, example, Best Western, we'll see if they'll give a discount on a room or whatever.
the
And
quickest
bring
way-
people to the community of Las Vegas, because at that point in time, prices are huge over there in Albuquerque. I mean, you're paying $300-400 a night to sleep in one of their hotels, when they can, and they don't wanna just go and spend their whole vacation looking at the Balloon Fiesta, even though it's a great place to be. they wanna see these little towns.
Well, especially
They wanna
the
see
Las
Las
Vegas.
Vegas, and once
They
they
do.
come to Las
Yeah,
Vegas,
That's the
Oh, yeah.
behavior, because look, I went to, for the hotels there, that's where I know for Albuquerque, it's really rare that somebody's staying the whole week. It's an expensive event, so what ends up happening for the hotels, when they try to figure out how to fill it, it's the first weekend and the second weekend. The second weekend is usually better, but it's all about revolving what's around those weekends, and they'll spend maybe a few days here and there, but it's an expensive event. They'll really just take those weekends, and they're figuring out what to do in the in-between time. So they're either gonna do it before that weekend or afterwards. So us having that draw for their complete event, we've had it. Or there's like another event that's supplemented, because that solar event really bought a lot of stuff right after the.
and we were lucky,
Las
we were lucky,
Vegas.
cause our sponsored event happened right at that solar eclipse, so it was just like the perfect time for us, we got very lucky.
So we'll
But we're, again,
draw some people off, yeah.
yeah, we're super excited for this one.
I move to approve the 10,000 and, I don't think we report back, right? Elmer?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
But see-
second that motion.
But see if, seriously, see if within that process, if it needs be, if Sunny 505, if that's a good thing to be involved, because again, it provides statistics and so on, for it. But what I was gonna say, the easiest way to sign in these days, where people don't have to keep, is if you could sign in with your Apple ID, or sign in with your Google ID,
Yeah.
or sign in, so then it's just quick, it's just one click. That's what a lot of the places that want to do something quick, they're like, okay, just sign in with your regular ID and you're already signed in, you don't have to create an account.
That's the world we live in today. They don't wanna stand around putting in all their information. They want it already entered in there, and they just have to go ahead and wait for us to call or whatever.
I second the motion.
Roll call?
Come here. A motion? Second, do I have a second?
Elmer second.
I second.
Go on to that, please. So I have a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Mr. Almer Martinez. Helen Strader?
Yes.
Mr. Almer Martinez? Mr. Matt Martinez? Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Next one on the agenda, sir, is Boo Fest. And I have Mr. Chuck Grego gonna, announce this one.
So with Boo Fest, it's traditionally, we've had it for a couple of years now. We want to increase the visibility, the advertising for it. We're getting the numbers of the kids. I mean, that's a given. But we want to increase it, we want to do some different things with it, possibly more decorations, make it more appealing for the kids. I want to introduce more games for the kids when they're there, make it a big family event. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's something that we've been talking about, me and Chuck, for a while now, and we're thinking, we're gonna try to pull it off this year. It's an adult themed as well, venue, where we're gonna be calling it Wicked Fest. So it'll be Boo Fest for the kids, Wicked Fest for the adults. And we wanna see if that would be able to fly with it, so we wanna go ahead and advertise that. There may be, a DJ or whatever that we're thinking of putting together, and making that adult-themed Halloween event a reality. And for that, we'll stand with questions.
Mr. Chair. I know that Hacienda does a Halloween thing, because they've been having it at their store, but I know it's over at a certain time. Can you double check the coordination of, I know it's for that night, but can you check on that? Sure. Because that's the only, and they fill up their parking lot, half of Walmart's parking lot. So just check with them, see what they got cooking over there. I just want to make sure that everybody has a shot at both.
Sure. We've just noticed slowly, little by little, that Halloween events have been really growing in popularity, and we're feeling that this is the time for us to be the first community to kind of put like an adult-themed Halloween event together.
The streets are not safe, at night, all the lights are off, kids are walking back and forth on the streets. This is one centralized area where you can really take a look at what's going on.
Last year, we had over 4,000 kids.
Yeah, it was good. I saw it last year.
We do get a lot of people.
And I guess, I don't wanna burst the bubble, but, here we go again. You guys have only limited resources. This is a pretty good event. this would be something that some other organization could help take care of and we
You're
support.
100% correct, but,
You know,
but
because
what's
it's,
good
you know,
about this
you guys-
event,
You guys are, here's a department, couple more guys.
you're 100% right, but with this particular event, we get a lot of assistance from the DA's office, from the fire department, from the police, from state police. Universities come out to come in and man tables, play games with the kids, take pictures and, you know, all that stuff. So we do have a very, that's why I'm saying, what I've noticed through the years is the Halloween events are really growing in popularity.
Luna has come out, traditionally comes out with all their athletes, and they cover all the games for me, for the kids, so.
But can we, let's say we have a developed thing, where if you wanted to have the adult version and so on, but, can we do this when we have a established event and so on? Because this portion of it, this is the tough part about me, this is a community event, we want this for our community, but does it belong in Lodgers tax dollars as it is now? And so
With this event, like, this money, like, I need to buy hay, I need to buy pumpkins, I need to buy all the candy.
I agree, but is that what Lodgers tax is for? That's not.
Well, it's bringing in.
Because again, and just imagine if it's not the city doing it, it's somebody from the outside in. I know you guys are presenting it, but you gotta look at it as if, and just another event holder was doing it. And the same question applies, that we're trying to use one funds because community development needs it or so on, and put it here, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right use of Lodgers tax funds. Now, if we have an event that you guys did and established and we need to market it, I'm going around in circles, but we advertise it as for everything as much you want. But to have it every year, my fear is that's all we're doing, right? And that's not the fair use of Lodgers tax. It's not the promotion of. We're taking the job of what another entity is supposed to be doing, collecting candy. I'd gladly donate candy for the thing. Heck, I won't even distribute it at the hotel. I'll tell them go to Boo Fest and I'll donate, $500 in candy. There has to be other mechanisms for this. I know Lodgers tax is here. But just because we have this money now doesn't mean we start doing this stuff. If we have a fleshed out event and it's a good plan and it really is bringing other people out and we'll even pay for a band and this is done, then that's something that we can approach. But here it's so little done, it's difficult for us to cross that boundary between this is a community event and this is a tourism related event.
And I agree with you, I agree with you wholeheartedly when you look at it through that perspective, but if we don't dip our beaks in it, we're never gonna know if it's not gonna be good or not. I mean, we gotta try this adult themed scenario that we got in our heads.
Yeah, absolutely.
And definitely we could marketing's not an issue. We could get it marketed throughout the whole state if we want to. We have Sunny 505 that pushes our events through the entire state, West Texas, Arizona, and Southern Colorado. That's not an issue. We could push those events, though. Of course, that costs money. So we definitely need to try to see if we can make this event a success. And without trying, then how do we know?
Of course we should try, yeah, but
what-
our percentage, what Lodgers tax could contribute is exactly the monies for 505 or additional monies to market. That's our portion of
Got you.
holding this event. We
Yes,
should
sir.
be, it's kind of like we were talking about some of the other things before, is the Lodgers tax can't be the end all be all of this, that only exists. It's not something because Lodgers tax is paying for it. This has happened before, where we've paid for organizations on a whole and they wouldn't survive. They're not self-sustaining. They're only surviving because so year after year, the only reason Boo Fest, that's my fear, will survive is because we're paying for the candy every year. That's not the idea at all. It's the promotion of. We want these events to be bigger and bigger. The events on their own should be self-sustaining. We're just, Lodgers tax portion of it is advertising it. And I get it, we need to dip our beaks, but we need to find that ignition budget. Some Lodgers taxes helped to start it off, but it's not to hold the event. We need to find that budget somewhere else. And then we spend as much as we want to on advertising portion, because that's Lodgers tax. General fund, sales tax, all those things are for community development, so on. If we can, donations, however way that we could dig for the rest of it. But if you say, hey, we're having this event, it's gonna be in the park, we wanna advertise it, we're gonna bring this band, and it's Boo Adult Fest, that's fair game. That's something we can apply and say, hey, Lodgers tax gonna be, put in money to advertise for it.
Okay.
My question is, Mr. Chair, well, then let's just, because the adult part, I think we can attract people from the region, okay? I know that for a fact, for the ones you've had the last year or two, it's all these little communities that bring their kids over here. I know that. They're all coming from Anton Chico, the Valley, probably Pecos, and a whole bunch of other areas.
Mora.
And if they don't have relatives to stay with, they're gonna stay at a hotel. They're gonna stay over the weekend. They need to buy stuff anyway, you know, for the family, whatever. Maybe what we need to do, and I don't know if we can modify this one like we've modified a few others, maybe we add a marketing budget for the region.
We could do that. I mean, if you guys could do that.
When you say adult theme, what are you envisioning?
More like a dance for adults that they can dress up and they can be there and they can have a good time. After the kids are done trick or treating, they take them with their grandpas or grandmas and have themselves a Halloween night as well. It's deserved by a lot of the community, you know what I mean? And
you'll be bringing people.
I think it would bring people from the outside. I mean, it's like a giant Halloween dance that would really be taking place.
It would be outside and it would be different.
So look, guys, there's a lot of events here, Lucas, and I really think and good job bringing up. Some of them we may not be able to execute on for the whole thing right away.
Got you.
Right? So but we keep working on that plan. So if it's not this year, then it's, hey, this is the full-on plan. It's something easier for us to approve, right?
Okay.
But keep working on it. Doesn't mean it ends, but it means okay, we've solved this is gonna provide this, but then look, this is something we could advertise for just like a traditional event. That's how it's created. So let's fill in the other portions of it so Lodgers Tex can do its portion of it. So just buying the candy now, we're really stretching into what promotion means. So that doesn't mean there's not an event there, right? Part of that, there are families coming, there are all things, but let's have an organized list of things that it's done. And if you're saying we're adding an adult portion, that's there, and then we have something to market and grow.
But it's already been on. Right? It's already
The Boo Fest has, you know,
It's more-
Wicked one. I mean, we could always go back and work on better logistics for the Wicked Fest if we have to and come back to you guys next year with it.
And see, because you've got so many on your plate, if there's other events here that are more established or more, not more established, but something more that we can market on, we can focus on those this year.
Okay.
And some of the other stuff that are borderline what we could use Lodgers Tex for, we need to work on it.
Yeah, okay.
Can you say something? The Wicked Fest for the adult entertainment. The city is thinking of putting together. The local hotels and the restaurants, the ones that have like the ballroom, they generally will put a Halloween ball. So we're competing with them. Maybe not the same day, but we're competing with them.
Which one?
So,
Which
you know,
hotel?
well, for instance, the Plaza Hotel did.
Oh, you mean their Halloween parties?
Yeah,
type
their
thing?
Halloween
Okay.
parties. Skillet does a masquerade, or you know, or
I see what you're saying.
or the Moors. Maybe we should leave that for them because generally they want liquor with it. We don't want to be doing anything to do with the liquor. So, I mean, I'd like the idea of the children's event, but the adult event, let's leave it for those guys because they have the insurance and the liability. And maybe we can do the advertisement for them if it's a nonprofit that sponsors it. But I don't want to be competing with the commercial entities on those adult venues.
Mr. Chair, sort of piggyback on her, Halloween this year is on a Thursday. So if those places are gonna do anything, it's gonna be Friday or Saturday. So we'd be safe doing something. I see what you're trying to do. You're bringing the kids already to this thing. A safe environment where nobody's gonna get run over by a car and all that cool stuff. You're safe. But you gotta have something for the adults to do. You're not gonna do it till midnight, I'm sure. You know, I mean, this thing's gonna end, and it's gonna be October, so that means it's gonna be cold. Usually that's when it could start snowing, okay? So that's another event for that time of the year. I think we do something. We just need to put a few dollars in there to market it. And I don't know, I see candy as the promotion. And it's already a proven event.
The other thing with
we
that
gotta
advertisement,
differentiate,
the other
between
thing
go ahead.
with that advertisement, anything that the city does that is sponsored by the city, you have Sunny 505 develop that QR code so we have the analytics. Take a snapshot, everybody has a phone, a smartphone. Take a picture of it so we have numbers and we know where they're coming from.
And we could do that, and,
That would be a mandatory thing on just anything that the city does, because it's our control. That's how we get our feedback, okay?
we could do that, but, the city already has an analytics, company that we work with. It's called Placer AI. And what we do on certain events, we'll just put a geonetting around the area, and we'll find out how many people showed up. For instance, when we had the We Be Racing, we knew that on the first day, we had 2,300 people over there. On the second day, we had 1,500.
Okay.
So we have that type of capacity. For the fiestas last year, on any given day, we had 14,000 to 16,000 people. So we know what we have in these events, so we don't necessarily need the QR codes. We could always put a geonetting on the
Because
area.
you want to get their information, so when we do an event, we can send it out to them to bring them back again.
Sure.
So you want to make that full circle account, event. So we do something next year, we'll send it out because we already have their contact. Get on the list.
Yeah.
And it just goes out to everybody,
That's a good idea.
and the Sunny
So let's-
505 is doing their
So
job.
let's develop that.
Okay.
Down the road, we could see it. Right now, we have to differentiate, again, we're here for the Lodgers Tax Board. I'm not on the other boards for the community, but this is a community event right now. And so on. If we can establish the tourism portions of it, that we are clearly bringing out people from outside of town, if we can establish that, get that clear plan, then this is easy for us to go through. Right now, it's a community event. And again, those could go to those venues on how to help for this event. If this turns into a plan to be a tourist type event, then again, we can help market it. It's that clear. And sometimes not all events are gonna fit in that thing. We can't, I know, Chuck, you're the event coordinator, but not all of your events are gonna be tourism events. You do so many, and I know we've put them in here, and so I just wanna talk about it today. That doesn't mean that it can't happen. It just doesn't mean that it's not under the purview of lodgers tax, right? It's a community event versus a tourism event of outside people coming in.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to recommend something. Let's see how far it goes. I move that we approve the 10,000 for Boo Fest and maybe 3,000 for marketing of Boo Fest.
Putting through $13,000 in a. I'll tell you this, as far as at this stage for that return, for my daughter's gone to it, they've gone to it, it's a community event. I know we're saying that but it's a stretch that Santa Fe, Raton, so on.
You're
Again,
getting them
us
from
coming in.
Mora, you're getting them from Anton Chico, you're getting them from Villanueva. They are coming. It is not just the community.
And we're paying for
You're-
candy, not advertising.
Well, that's the, what do you call it, promotion?
It's the promotion.
Yeah, it's.
So we need to consider, they are not inside Las Vegas city limits, but they are a part of Las Vegas.
Because now we're gonna go into so many other things where we can slip and
Well, no, because
We've already-
you literally, with the QR code, you're gonna identify where people are coming from,
You'll have one
which are
there.
outside the city limits. And these people, they come to the community. They are in-house tourists.
I have no doubt that this is, the only thing is, again, as Chair of, we'll repeat it, and you guys can go, as Lodgers Tax Board, I'm trying to have the ethical use of Lodgers Tax money, just like the council would have to have ethical use of general fund, okay? Us trying to stretch and, we are playing God here, but I'm not gonna tie break, but, of this is a stretch, in my mind. We could flex on all of these things, but now, everything should apply then, that comes in front of us. We shouldn't be saying no to anything.
We do have a motion.
All right, I'll entertain so can you repeat the motion, so it didn't?
We approved 10,000 for Boo Fest and 3,000 for marketing.
Marketing will be, if you could clarify, marketing is going to.
Marketing for the event, so I guess as much as we can outside. The region.
For radio and print and digital.
One second. We have a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Mr. Almer Martinez. Mrs. Helen Strader? Mr. Almer Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Next issue on the agenda is Gay Pride event. I'll let Mr. Chuck Grego go ahead and announce this one.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the city of Las Vegas has tried to put on Gay Pride for a number of years, and one thing or another, it's never come to fruition. This year, we are moving forward in collaboration with the university in the planning of Gay Pride. We have a number of events scheduled, tentatively scheduled for the event. One of them would be we are trying to get some performers for the gazebo, and we want to market the event in Albuquerque, Southern Colorado, and those areas to try to promote the event to bring more people to it. We scheduled it for September 28th because the university is back in session. Traditionally, Gay Pride Month is in June. We're moving it to September because there's not a Pride, and it's a time of year where we don't have a lot of events, but the students are back at the university. So we felt that this would be an ideal time to have it. The weather's perfect during that time, so Mr. Martinez?
How is that working with the Highlands event?
Well, Highlands, I forgot the name of that club, but they
DDB Promotions.
So, okay, yeah, so YOLO is wanting to do the music portion of that for us. And then, but the university wants to put performers, drag queens performing in the gazebo and that type of thing. So, but YOLO would be doing the music portion of that. But we would be marketing the Gay Pride event itself.
So the marketing is just, because we just approved marketing for
For his music.
for his event,
Yeah.
which is the music. Mostly the music is what we're getting.
We're doing trying to bring in more people for the gay side of it,
Okay.
if you will.
And those are artists, which
Yes.
would be promotional because people are gonna come,
They come to
they
see,
know
yeah,
those artists.
right,
Right, so they are in that same category.
right.
Okay.
And a lot of the performers, they travel to all these states, so
I've
they,
been
they,
to some of
they,
them,
they
yes.
have a following, and it's our hope that if we can get these performers, then we will have a draw.
And so you'll be sharing the staging and the sound system with,
Correct.
so
And then-
they're not asking for us to also provide sound system or staging,
No.
because it's already there.
And
Okay,
then we will be having a parade as well, so, I mean, we'll try to attract more people to participate in that aspect as well.
okay. I'm good on that. And then the marketing, you said this 10,000 is going to cover the marketing, the print, the poster, the advertising, radio, social media? Okay, that's all included in this 10,000,
September's
or right here that you're asking.
28th.
Okay. I'm clear on that. I make
You're
a,
gonna have a busy month, aren't you?
Now you
Oh,
are.
yeah. Well, and I don't know if you had a chance to meet Tomas. He was just hired to help with the events as well. This is Tomas Fernandez.
well, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 10,000.
On the 5,000 for the promotional goods, there, what are we putting on those
So
promotional
the
goods?
promotional goods, the university, through the diversity program that they have, they are purchasing shirts for their part of it. And what we're asking for, they would like us to match, a small match to provide shirts from our side. So we could reach out to more people, because their merchandise is strictly for the university, for the students and participants. But we'd like to,
Las Vegas on there.
right.
So I don't know, I would check with legal on it, on for some of it, on what stances or what different stances people would have, on whether as far as endorsements by the city or so on, we're putting our our name on it. And I know it gets hairy for other areas, from the municipality. I'm not saying this municipality, but that's something that we would need to look at if we're gonna put our logo in it in
On marketing
promotion
items?
of, it gets awfully political, right?
Okay.
I second the motion.
So we do got a motion by Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel, a second by Mr. Matt Martinez. Mrs. Helen Strader?
I abstain.
She abstains. Mr. Elmer Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
We have 3 yeses there. Motion does carry. Next issue on the agenda, sir, is gonna be.
I wanted to recognize that the Mayor Romero is in the audience.
Okay. Great. Yes, sir.
Just let me add to the motion.
Let's make a second
Oh,
motion.
yeah,
that
the
We
report.
get a report back from Chuck on the
Yes.
parade.
Yeah, I put that in the notes already, that there will be a report. I'm putting pretty much reports for all of the events that are happening. I think it should be part of the application process to report back. I'm not gonna let any city event not report back to this board. We'll report back to you guys. And that way we could stop, we don't have to do the motion. I'm giving directive to Chuck. I'm giving the directive to Chuck right now that we will report back to you guys on all these events and marketing that we're doing.
Not just city, but
So but for the ones that you guys did privately, I'm glad you guys made the motion the way you made it by having them report, because I have no hold over them. But over my department, I will give directive to my staff that we will present a report to you guys of what's going on.
Let me ask you this before we get to the next item, on city events. So you're getting the permits and everything for that, correct? Parades and all that. So you go through the process of getting permits. And also our insurer is covered, the city's insurer, the self-insurance fund, I believe that's who's insuring this still?
Yes. At the beginning of the year, I meet with HR and I give her a list of all city events. So we do that every year.
We're covered in terms of this.
Correct.
And Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, the mayor, I think Councilor Martinez, my brother, Chuck, met with a whole group of folks over there at the Plaza Hotel. They wanted to know more about, what are you doing with the traffic and I think Scott was there too, what we're doing about the traffic around the park and all that kind of stuff. So pretty much, there's also a traffic process to see when they close the entire park, when part of it's open. In fact, there's some pretty neat ideas coming back of how we can use, part of that to keep the traffic flowing comfortably. And so I just wanted to point that out. A lot of these events that are going on, some of them at the Plaza Park, there's a lot of other things that are going on. And, the vendors, the businesses there are very concerned, that, this event's taking too much time or too much space and this, that, and the other. But, I have to thank the mayor and the leadership of the administration for working with all of these entities, trying to make sure that they take care of these things. Because after a while, traffic becomes an issue. You can't go through there on a Friday. There's a bunch of stuff going on. But the fact that we're spreading out these events, I think, is a good thing for our community. But, I give you a lot of credit too, Chuck, for, being there to make sure that all that stuff comes up, goes down, and whatever needs to be done. But there's a lot of stuff going on in the background.
I do meet with, the department heads on all our events, especially with PD and fire, to ensure that safety measures are always the first priority of the community. The safety of the community is always the first priority, whether it be shutting down roads or permanently or partial closures. But we do meet with them, and we do a police report for that event.
Third, next item on the agenda is the electric light parade.
So with the electric light parade, as you know, it's been going on for a number of years. We do want to increase it as well, and we want to do more marketing now that we have Sunny 505 on board. And KRQE, we've been wanting to do a lot more advertising for it. The number of people that are coming to the electric light parade has increased. Every year we get more and more people and more entries. So it's another one that we just want to promote it more and more if we can.
Just to make a note, sir, dealing with this fall fiesta, we did put I don't know if you guys have had a chance to see the commercial on KRQE on Channel 13, but there is a commercial going out for the fall fiestas, and we have an estimated catching an estimated group of 441,000 people watching this commercial. And it's not just KRQE, it's 4 different channels, digital and Spanish. So it's a good way of advertising. Commercials usually run, the one that we did particularly for the Fall Fiesta was about 8,500. So, we want to try to market this electric light parade. It's a very popular one within our town, but I know we could grab more people from without our community because we have a unique town, and people want to have Christmas in these type of little towns, and that's why we want to push it out there. And it wouldn't take much because they do their own decorating. They come in here and they pick up their own applications. All we have to do is provide the safety of the street to come down and provide them an avenue or a direction of where they're going to be going to. So this event, in my opinion, should grow a lot more, and I think we could do it. I really think we could do it with this ideas.
What I did when I first started years and years ago with the Electric Light Parade is I had a lot of the floats parked around the park. And this gave the families a chance for their kids to walk around and look at the floats safely. Because of course we can't put them all there because there's not enough room. But it becomes more of a family event, not only watching the parade go by, but now you have all these lights around the park. And it gives the kids a chance to go and really look at them and take it in. So I want to try to add that back to this coming year.
And with that, we'll stand for any questions.
Yeah. Will this coincide with the opening of the light parade? The lights in the gallinas?
Yes. I want to scratch that name out. I mean, Lights and Gallinas, I'm not sure where it came from. It's the actual birth name of that event is Luces en el Rio. And that's the way it should stay.
And it's also the tree lighting?
And the tree lighting ceremony will be going on the same night.
And we have Santa Claus.
No, the tree lighting is
I'm sorry,
the
you're
day
right.
after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So then there's Santa Claus, right?
Then we have Santa in the park.
3 things happening during the parade itself.
We have the turkey trot, which is Thanksgiving. The following day, we'll have the tree lighting because it's the official start of Christmas. And then we'll do Luces en el Rio, and then Santa in the park, and that evening we'll do the Electric Light Parade.
It's all on one day, those 3.
The
last 3.
Yes. Lighting. Oh, that's all right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Are they included in this route?
No, we have different applications for each event.
Luces is coming.
Lucas, I'm gonna
Yes, sir.
stick with it. Look, if the city's doing it, let's lead by example and just, if you're saying radio, saying TVs, just put what, where, the number, how much is it? I know overtime's harder, but we have social media down there, and the ask is 13,000. So again, I just feel like we're handing out money like Santa. We don't have those details. I'm just trusting it because it's a city level thing, and it'll be appropriated correctly, but
At this point, we're not seeing any individual numbers or where it's going to and so on.
I okay.
And just a little bit more, and we'd like to, and again, we're never fighting the event. This is a good event. This is a great event. We're just for the purposes of oversight and being an advisory board. Because if it's just that, then I don't feel right at this chair. I mean, we're going over the details so we could advertise, so we could advise correctly to council and answer a lot of these questions ahead of time.
Understood.
So
out of 13,000, we'd at least have the courtesy of, hey, how much are you spending?
Breakdown. Yeah, I could understand your concern with the vagueness of the application. There's so much as me as a director I can do, so I depend on my staff to get this done.
Yeah.
So
just
it was kind of hard for
idea
me
of
to
how
go
we
through
came
all
up with
these things.
13, or if we just put it in, like the last one and so on. I just don't want it to have the appearance that we just filled out an application and we didn't have a idea of, we're just saying, hey, will they approve it and won't approve it? I have to have a rationale for myself if I'm approving it of why, and what's the difference between any other application that didn't have detail in it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that
We approve request for funding for $10,000. And that money be used for social media, press releases, TV, radio, and employee overtime.
Is it 13 or 10?
I saw 10 on the
I
application.
saw 10 as well.
What is it?
It's 10.
It's 10.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Almer Martinez, a second by Mr. Matt Martinez. Mrs. Helen Stratter?
Yes.
Mr. Almer Martinez,
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel,
Yeah.
and Mr. Matt Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Next item up on the agenda is letter I. Put on the application as Lights on the Gallinas, but originally known as Luces en el Rio. This event is an event that came to light last year, early December. And we had a very short time on putting it together, so everybody pretty much pitched in. It was pretty much like any department that had lights, any department that had any type of decorations, they all threw stuff together, even schools put things together. And they kind of did like a little bit of a roundabout on the Riverwalk. However, this year, we're much more prepared. There's been a good push to develop that area. They put electrical outlets throughout that area to go ahead and accommodate the lighting. So we're not gonna be doing the roundabout. It's gonna go from Bridge Street straight through to Independence.
The infrastructure has already taken place with electrical.
All the stuff is set up for us to set up this thing. Now, I'm thinking that we can turn this into a statewide event where we could bring people from everywhere to come and look at this thing, same way that Albuquerque has done with their River of Lights. We're gonna have Luces en el Rio, and I think we have the uniqueness again to be able to bring the people from outside, not just our community, to come and experience this. And already last year, with this such short notice, we had people from Mora, we had people from Santa Fe, we had people from Albuquerque here taking pictures in our parks and that River of Lights last year. I think we can do it this year for ourselves as well and make it bigger. However, we need to get promotional items that are gonna go in this area. I know Crewtech doesn't like the word of the promotional items, but it's.
Oh, I love it.
It's the.
Fiesta, certainly.
Yeah, the lights.
Those are going out.
The lights and the big decorations, the things that the people want to get behind and take pictures on is what we're trying to get over here and bring them in here so they can say that they took pictures here in the city of Las Vegas at Luces en el Rio.
So you've given us kind of a schedule of what you'd like to do, but you didn't attach any dollars. I mean, it was in the previous application the same way. Can you kind of maybe summarize what you're thinking, how you would apply those $50,000?
The lights alone and the decorations, what I've done is I've looked through different promotional companies to see about purchasing these things. But because of the size of the displays and the ornaments, they're huge. So the cost is phenomenal. So we didn't put a price, I mean, because it depends on what we get, so we can know what to look at, in that area, because like, we found the big ball decorations, they were like $2,000 each, $1,000, you know? The lights need to be bigger as well, because we want to use the big trees. And security cameras, because inevitably somebody's gonna try to steal some of the decorations, some of the sets, so we had that problem last year, and thank God we did have some.
Really?
Yeah, people try.
You guys did a great job last year. I mean, I enjoyed it. I have
Thank you.
pictures.
Thank you. So that's what with that, and then with TV ads as well. I mean, depending on the market at the time, the prices are everywhere, so we'd have to really look at a concise time of what area we're looking at, whether it's TV or radio.
I have a question.
Ma'am?
For this particular event that you initiated last year, did you guys not get a grant from T-Mobile or one of those guys?
No, ma'am. So the T-Mobile grant was for arches that are being put inside the gates. I'm sorry, gates that are being put on the Riverwalk. Nothing. Yeah, there's the city's right now putting their gates together to go ahead and put gates at the entrance of the Riverwalks, so that people can go ahead and they walk through these gates into our river park, is what they're calling it. So.
Archways, are they gonna be locked up at night then, and?
I'm not sure if they're gonna be locked up at night. That's something that we'll have to discuss with Arnold Lopez. He's the director of the park or the Public Works. But I know for sure is that they'll be decorative. They're gonna be very nice, and they're gonna fit in the area, because they're gonna have that rust color looking thing. It's gonna look just like the patina is gonna look just right for the area. So there's gonna be 3 different areas, but no, that $50,000 grant had nothing to do with Luces en el Rio. Luces en el Rio was put together in a brainstorm at that time, Councilor Romero, at that time, City Manager Leo Maestas, Councilor Romero came forward at that time and gave the idea, and we ran with it, and it was a success.
Great idea.
It was a
Love it.
success.
I was just wondering, when you say gates, because I walk the Riverwalk.
Yeah, they're arches.
You're gonna like them. You're gonna like the gates, I promise you.
So
I want to be able to still
Is
have
that-
access to it in the
Yeah,
morning.
you will.
When I do my walk, or the evening when I want to walk.
You will.
So are we counting, is that part of this, yes? Are we counting that as tourism infrastructure as far as the gate? Out of this 50,000, which portion of it is the ad buys and which portion of it is decorations? And
I'll let you go ahead and answer that.
The ad buys would probably run around $3,000, $4,000. The decorations, I don't know. I mean, I need to get with staff and figure out what it is we're gonna be purchasing. As I stated, the prices for these decorations are really expensive. So till we figure out what we could get with that, we'd have to look at the merchandise and see what areas we're gonna decorate.
So about 35,000 would be used for decorations?
Pretty much, because we adding that space, right? We stopped at the first bridge the last time, but now we continue all the way to Independence. So that's just a lot more ground to cover.
Mr. Chair. I didn't get a chance to see it last year. I don't know. I think I was out of town, but I saw it on television. One of the TV stations had it. I think it might have been a 13 that had it, and they featured it as one of the places to go for the holidays. So I saw it. I didn't see anything else about, the electric light or anything, but I did. I don't know if you all saw it, but it did come out. It was pretty highly recommended by whoever was promoting it.
It's the best town in the state right now, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Las Vegas is really nice.
on the decorations, are there items that we buy, because I didn't get to see it last year, that we can reuse and have it as a?
Yes. A lot of them are, what, I don't know what you call them, they're, yeah, like, like back in the day, they used to have the nativity set.
Yeah.
So they're big things
So it
like
could be
that.
continuous infrastructure for the city, for a tourism event, right? That belongs to the city, kind of like the rest of the signage that we put up, right?
We have a lot of decorations that are old and are falling apart. We're like trying to hold them together. with
Yeah,
wire.
so at least something that could last, so many years, so it's more of a permanent thing and it's not a temporary.
Correct.
Okay, I'm still trying to abide by lodger's tax laws, regardless of any of you guys, when it's something temporary, posted like, it's not in the purview, but if it's something more permanent and ongoing, then it's something I could get at my.
And that's why we're looking at this, Mr. Chairman, because they're quality sets and they're quality decorations. They're not gonna be like use them once and throw them away. These would be big items that we could use over and over.
Sharon? I have a question. As trying to make so it can be functional, a revenue for this event, will you allow private sectors to set up
Yes.
their own displays, just like in the parade, you have to charge
Yes.
whatever it is to
So-
be in the parade? Will you be charging for a slot?
Actually, we don't charge for the parade, and then like as last year, we mapped out the whole area, and we met with the schools, we met with the hospital, and they picked a site that they wanted. And I would map it out, and I'd place them in certain areas, but we've never charged, as far as I know, I've never charged for the parade.
Whatever, I thought there was a fee for or is it just the application to be in the electric light parade? Would there be also a fee for people to put,
No, we wouldn't allow private residents to put up their decorations, or even private businesses to put up their decorations in there, because we're gonna be dealing with electricity, and we gotta make sure that our insurances are covered. It has to be a city staff member putting that stuff together.
all of those exhibits on the Rio are gonna be
City owned, and they'll be continuously used objects that we can use for tourism events that, some of these lights, they don't just fit with Christmas. Some of these lights will fit with 4th of July. Some of these lights will fit with Thanksgiving. It depends on what kind of event we're having. they're not always just gonna be Christmas lights, you know, they could always be used for something else if it fits.
So I was just under the assumption that to also try and make a revenue for it, that you would offer it to.
And last year we did, but it was short notice, that's why it was allowed. That was that.
So from the
And-
future
yeah.
on, it's not gonna be,
It's a city's event.
Right,
Move to approval.
right? Do I have a second? Yep.
Okay, you got a,
For Georgina,
okay, got a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel. Mr. Elmer Martinez,
yes.
Ms. Helen Strader, Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel,
yeah.
Mr. Matt Martinez. Thank you, sir. Motion carries.
We already established we don't need a second motion to report back, right? You'll report back on all these?
Yes, it's mandatory, and and Chuck will make sure he gets it done. That was 50,000, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, sir, is letter M, salute the troops. This event has already taken place. It took place on August 11th. The Salute the Troops event brought in a total of 700 people. Looking back at years past, it had an average of 500 people coming to the Plaza Park. So this year, we upped our numbers by 200 people, which is pretty good for us, I think. It looked like a really decent event. We're looking to grow it. We're looking to make sure that we get different stars, different bands in there to kind of mix up the themes. So we want to make sure that the credit was given where the credit was due. So we did put on our flyers that it was sponsored by Lodgers Tax, because you guys do help us with plenty of these events. And the city footed the bill for it, and we're here to ask for our money back. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Well, now that we're covering bands, I'd hope that when they go on stage, they're saying, we've been paid by the city of, by the Lodgers Tax Board of the city of Las Vegas.
And that's what the board's like is, we'll do that, sir.
Be in line with the ordinance, just like print and so
Yes.
on.
Well, Mr. Chair, I move we approve it since it's already done. My only recommendation is that we tie in veterans in the next, if we ever do this, something like this again. We really need to benefit the veterans, you know. Get the VFW involved, get the Elks, the Eagles.
Were they not,
Well, but have more things for them.
I met with them, so I met with all the veterans, I met with VFW, and we sat, and we had a meeting, and I specifically point by point what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it. We went with strictly, they had the ball and they ran with it. So exactly what happened is exactly what they wanted.
Because I can see us, I can envision booths being there for veteran services
asked,
and stuff
and-
like that. We need to,
Yeah.
because, they call later on to us and tell us, that whole thing was just a party. And I said, well, they're actually trying to salute you, but I really would like to see the veterans, be more involved with this. In fact, it'd be good that they put the thing together.
So is
We
there,
fund it.
is there daytime and evening events, or was this all the evening?
It was just one day. We had all the members from the 720th came down. They were all in uniform. They all came down to support the event. But we met with them, and they, exactly how they wanted it to go is how I planned the event.
Maybe we can also ask the state to get involved.
We did reach out to them.
Because it's on a Sunday, right?
Master Sergeant
Yeah.
Ortega, we met with him, and he was in contact with Santa Fe. They had a lot of things planned to come, and then they got called, so they couldn't make it.
Yeah, I'd
But-
just like to see more veteran involvement, We're saluting them, they're,
Yeah.
and we have a lot of veterans here, almost every war and conflict and police action or whatever you wanna call it.
We have some real good heroes in
Yeah,
our community.
and the Baton Death March group came out of this National Guard unit, all the ones that came out of the invasions in Europe, because they split the National Guard in half here back in the day.
And was the last one that we had in Las Vegas for the Baton Death March.
It's
We've had
amazing.
all the recent Desert Storm, we have a bunch of heroes in our
There's
community.
a
so-
lot. I think somewhere I read that this is the highest percentage per capita of veterans in the country.
A lot of heroes. We really appreciate them.
Campbell was still alive.
Okay.
So
I think
we have,
More, so
we had a motion by Mr. Martinez. We just need to see if there's a second.
Sure.
I'll second.
There you go.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Mr. Almer Martinez. Mr. Almer Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Helen Strader? Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is letter O, Santa in the Park.
So as I said, just kind of repeating myself, but, so Santa in the Park would be the morning of that day when we do when we're gonna be giving out the kids the gifts from Santa. This year, I've been in touch with the, Alta Vista Regional Hospital, and I believe it's called Life Flight, their helicopter service, and we have been talking about having Santa flown in on that helicopter. So, be a great attraction for the kids and be supporting the hospital in conjunction with our city event. But we're seeing more and more kids coming, for this event, and we're going more time with the event. So I just want to reach out to more communities and see if we can get more kids, but with that, there's gonna be more of a cost. But,
So how are we getting it out to where are we marketing it?
well, traditionally, we've just done radio and print, but I'd like to do TV with this one.
Okay.
But we'd like to do TV with all our events.
In the ask, you're asking for 3,000 for toys. So
That's normally what I spend on toys.
is that within the purview of, again, I'm gonna go with for lodger's tax on the toys portion of it? Who's paying for the toys for the last year?
But we paid for them all the time. The chamber used to go through the city and the
The
city would
chamber
pay.
used to in the past. What I've done in the last,
I'll have to look into being able to buy toys with that, so that's not something we could discuss over here, I would say right now.
So I'll entertain a motion to
Table.
table, because that's what this application was for the thing.
I think it'd be a better judgment to go ahead and table this one right here for now.
It's in the table.
Second.
Roll call?
Motion to table by, I'm sorry, but Mr. Almer Martinez had the motion, a second by Mr. Matt Martinez. Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Mr. Matt Martinez? Mrs. Helen Strader? Mr. Almer Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is gonna be the tree lighting ceremony.
so with the tree lighting ceremony, what I was asking for was money to purchase the decorations. These are decorations that we would use for coming years. The last couple of years, families have brought in decorations, but they're really small, and our tree is pretty big. So there's special ornaments that go with the size of tree, but they are costly.
Is that for 2 trees or 1 tree?
It would be for the tree on Plaza and then the tree on Douglas,
Okay.
and as well as the lighting.
So the lights that you'll be buying for the luces in the Rio are totally separate from.
They're the same type of lights, they're LEDs, but they're, the ones for the tree are just bigger.
When was the last time you purchased those lights for the trees or any of the decorations?
Public Works Department traditionally has bought the lights in the past, but they're just like regular lights.
So is there anything keeping from Public Works from purchasing the lights for the public again?
That's above my pay grade.
Yeah, that's not something that I can answer for either. That'd have to be a Public Works decision.
I just want the big decorations and the big lights.
Okay, so how are the lights, we're gonna go through, how are the lights connecting to the marketing promotion of the city of Las Vegas?
Once again, for the winter events, when we'd be advertising on the KRQE or any of the other ones, we would be advertising to come and see our tree lighting, to come and visit our park during Santa in the Park or the Electric Light Parade. I mean, it's just another marketing tool to get people to come into the city and shop. I mean, during these events, we encourage the merchants on both Bridge Street and the plaza and in the city in general to stay open for the event. So when tourists do come in, they can eat, they can go to the stores, they can go shopping late night. We ask that all the stores stay open late for these events because it's just a great marketing time. And traditionally, their business is slow at that time.
So we could tie it in with the other events, and are we calling this tourism infrastructure? So we'll be able to reuse every year, we can reuse at least for some time for the tree. As far as the lighting goes, I know we were talking about the schedule, as far as the light parade and the other stuff, those are individual events or they can't be tied together or?
They could be tied together, yes.
So the lighting can be a bigger event.
In the marketing part of it, I can tie it all together, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Pretty well attended.
Yeah, they're growing. That's my whole point is all these events are growing.
Move to approve.
Got a motion on the floor?
I second it.
Got a motion by Mr. Matt Martinez, a second by Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel. Mr. Elmer Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Helen Strader? Mr. Matt Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Last item on the agenda is the turkey trot.
So the turkey trot tradition we have the day, well, on Thanksgiving Day. What we'd like to do is increase that by, we don't have a big clock. We don't have the bibs that go with the runners, the things that we would need to make it a really professional run. We're getting more participants, but we don't have like an official clock. We don't have like the big arch. And these are things that I've been wanting to get for the city, just to make it more of a professional event.
So that would be considered infrastructure.
Yes, ma'am.
And we could be using that year after year, correct?
That would be my hope.
And the city has a place to store all of these items that we are looking to purchase, correct?
Yes.
So they don't get damaged and we can use them multiple years?
That's my hope.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's a run, right? There's two runs, right? So we didn't have one for the 4th, right? Or do we still have that anyway?
We didn't have one for the 4th, and we've been getting a lot of recourse for it.
Yeah.
People are upset that we didn't have it for this fall fiesta. It's just, it was so short notice, we couldn't get it. So these runs are popular. I didn't know how popular they were.
Would it be good in the cold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These guys,
Yeah.
They run.
Yeah.
It's amazing. They
I wouldn't run, but do they run?
They do run.
So you could use the infrastructure that we're looking to purchase for all of those other running events.
right, I'd be able to use the clock.
For fiestas.
So it'll be about $1,000 for the bibs? Is that what was, that's what I saw in the,
What's that?
about
The bibs.
$1,000 for the bibs?
Yeah,
Okay.
the number of bibs.
So that's 4,000 for everything else here, the
Right.
radio, TV, social media?
Yes.
Okay. So when we get the reports back, when you guys return back, you'll be able to give us the actual spends, right?
Yes.
What we spent on radio, what we spent on, the actuals are there when we return, so we can actually say, hey, we did spend it or we didn't spend it, right? Okay. All right. Matt?
I'm ready to approve.
I make a motion that we approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel, a second by Mr. Matt Martinez. Mrs. Helen Strader? Mr. Elmer Martinez? Mr. Matt Martinez?
That's a
Yes.
fun event.
Ms. Georgina Ortega Angel?
Yes,
I won't run.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries.
I've ran before.
I'm
It's fun.
not gonna run.
Before I had my name.
Next item on the agenda, sir, is other business. There's no other business, sir, so, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was able to find an old RFP and the process that we use for applications for lodger's tax. It was actually an RFP process and it was pretty well detailed. And I provided that to Scott, and you may want to consider it in the future, because it actually provides more information on the actual application and requires the applicant to give that information. It provides a mechanism for anyone who's thinking about applying to come to a workshop that's presented by the city. And in that workshop, they're told how to make the application for lodger's tax.
Wow.
So there's a pre-proposal conference with that, that's built into that. And it also breaks down the details in terms of the narrative. And it was actually a lodger's tax RFP that I located for you.
And furthermore, there's a rating and ranking format for it.
In other words, 10% goes for experience of the offer, maybe 30% for the actual event and how it's organized and stuff like that. So there's a whole breakdown in terms of how we would rate and rank the applications, which gives us some more objectivity as we evaluate them.
Well, the current forms have it too good. They're probably maybe a little too streamlined now, so we're streamlined them, but I remember the RFP, and that's the process of RFPs, is you could grade it. So at this point, it's really easy for us. You know why? We have as much money as we want to spend. We don't have to say yes or no to anyone, right? Because of not having enough money. So that way, we're not grading anyone. We're not saying, hey, we're picking one over the other, or so on. Somebody scored a 93 over 94. They're all kind of winning under our criteria. But at some point, we're gonna have a budget, and at some point, we're gonna run into situations where we won't be able to award it to anyone. So having an actual RFP process where, even on the forms and the applications that we got today, there's points on each one. If they actually fill them out and we actually score them accordingly, then we would have some rationale for approval. At this point, we're just saying yes or no based on various reasons. So yes, I'd rather it be an RFP reasons, probably sleep better.
I think the RFP process is the perfect way to go.
And your finance director may be a little bit more pleased with that, because it comes to audits and things like that. There's a whole process that's laid out that's easier to evaluate and look at.
I think that's a great idea, because number one, we had a couple of these applications where the first time, they weren't familiar with the process. So having this little tutorial for once a
How to
year
apply.
to apply,
I think
I think it should be recommended that they, even if they've applied for the last 15 years, they need to go over it, look at it, to clarify it.
So, Mr. Marquez, I did find it, and I left that with Scott, the administrative assistant, to kind of look at that. And then you may want to consider that for your next round, because I think you mentioned that you're doing another round of applications.
Yes, we do them every 6 months, so the next deadline for applications will be February 15th. So we'll definitely, I appreciate it, thank you, Mr. Elmer, for everything you do for us and for helping me with all these difficult things that I face. I always lean on you for a lot of these things, so I appreciate the RFP, and yes, we'll look into it, sir, and start using that for the next one.
So we'll get to there slowly. I mean, just even establishing the dates every 6 months, having hard deadlines and so on, that's kind of establishing the schedule that other cities would have. You have deadlines for it, so it's easier for us to get through them. And so now the next step, now that we've got established dates and we're having meetings, now the next step could be getting further into the application, what adjustments we need to make it more RFP style, and then we could actually start grading them accordingly, and that could be our selection process. I mean, there will be at some point in time where, again, we're gonna have a finite budget for, I don't know if we've added up all the things that we've done, but at some point, we're gonna, I'm sure we could spend fast enough where we're gonna run into a situation, we're gonna have to choose one or the other. So
Definitely,
we're gonna need to have that correct mechanism for that, and have rationale.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to add to what Elmer said. I'm used to the RFP process that you had before. The Chamber's contract wasn't even a contract. We had an RFP. That's how we took care of business. So that's pretty much how we did it. And don't forget that back then the Chamber did the fiestas, they did the electric light parade. We started the motorcycle rally. We did the 3-on-3 hoop thing. We were experimenting in a lot of different areas back then when we were operating, but it was all under the RFP process. Or we had to come back and make sure that we covered the deliverables through a contract. I guess later on it became a contract.
I can't say I disagree with the RFP process. In my opinion, we get to put stipulations in there that'll benefit us in a lot of ways, so.
What I was gonna ask,
Especially for the larger items, some of them we're already doing, like 505, I'm assuming, I mean, there's a contract there, was an RFP process and so on. So some of the things we're already doing, so the bigger things, we certainly should do it. If for the smaller things, if we have a cap, like, it could be separated out. So I think all the events that Chuck had, to me, can be in one one RFP and we're covering all these events.
That's a good idea.
Now, if we have smaller one-off events, then we can have those separately, and they can have a different application or whatever for, if it's easier for them to approve or so on. But the education part, I really like. Now, in the past, we had said, hey, we wanted to have guidelines with the application so the person can read it before they fill it out. So when they read those guidelines, they're like, hey, this is what lodger's tax can and can't paid for, this is what you need to fill out. If you don't fill it out in detail, we may reject your application. Those are the things that at least need to be with the application when the person receives it. We could do some education right when they get it. So let's at least have that and have continuing education where people go to, to a RFP school. But I think just picking up the application, you're right, people are not gonna have the details until they approach us.
There was examples today, so yeah, I agree with you guys.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can, is there any way that, you guys could get us a breakdown of how much we approved today?
Yeah, we could figure out something. Me and Scott will get you something.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll get you
See how
something.
much damage we did to our big total.
You got it. We'll get that for you.
Okay, move it.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
All right, everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys.